Hello. Welcome to another stream. How about that? How about that? Hello, 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 Kolumbetka, Out9, Shouting Cup, PS Comp Psy, The Dumb Engineer, Sodding 2S, Sasalala 23, Rustemsky, Whoop 6969, Luke Wexler, Sintus, 7001, Loading BG, hello, hello, Iguduk, welcome, welcome, Zenager. Nerdy Beach 1, ABS Gazm, I Fancy Mushrooms, hello, hello, really glad to see you today. Jian, hello, hello, welcome, welcome, welcome. Commander Eli LL, I hope you're pronouncing the name correctly. Okay. Hello, hello, everyone. So today, what's today's secret topic? That's a good question. That's a good question. Today's topic, hello Kenjain, is Crystal programming language. That's right. So today I wanted to check out the Crystal programming language. I heard a lot about that language. And yeah, I wanted to try it out on the AOC 2020, Advent of Coder 2020, where we're doing 25 different programming languages. But I just ran out of problems for the languages, so I never actually tried Crystal. So Crystal was one of the languages that I wanted to use for Advent of Code. But it just kind of like, yeah, we ran out of the problems. So, for those who doesn't know what is a Crystal programming language, it's basically a Ruby compile that is statically typed and compiled to native code. So Ruby originally was an interpreted scripting language with dynamic typing. Crystal is an opposite of Ruby, but with the Ruby syntax. It's not interpreted, it's compiled, and it's has a static typing. It actually has a pretty powerful type system, as far as I know. It also has type inference, so it looks like Ruby in majority of the situations. You don't have to specify the types. So yeah, you can find the source code of this language here. So the latest release we know is 0.3501. So syntax looks exactly like Ruby, almost like exactly like Ruby. So here's how you do a server. The type system has an inference. You don't have to specify types. So it infers the types by itself. It has null reference checks. I suppose, I'm not sure what that means. All types are non-nullable in Crystal, and nullable variables are represented as a union between the type and nil. As a consequence, the compiler will automatically check for null references in compile time, helping prevent the dreadful billion-dollar mistake. The dreadful billion-dollar mistake, oh my god. Finally. Who's gonna pay those $1 million back, I wonder? Okay, so it also has macros. This is the most interesting part. It has macros. And they look like templates for web development. That's what makes it funny, right? So it looks like something like Jinja 2 or whatever. Yeah. So we're definitely gonna explore that. So it has a built-in concurrency. So it already gets more than 2 stars because of that, right? So it's a built-in concurrency. Isn't that amazing? I think it's goddamn amazing. So yeah, it has a C bindings and stuff like that. People who study to use languages that have complex abstraction do not have null pointers. Yeah. So yeah, you can actually have interrupts with interrupt with C, and it also has dependencies. I wouldn't be proud of that, but I mean it's 2021, so who knows. And it's used by these companies that you probably never heard before. It's actually sponsors. It's Manas Technology Solutions, 84 Codes, and Nikola Motor Company. I've never heard about them at all, ever in my entire life. I'm pretty sure they don't even exist. So, and there's a bunch of articles, and the latest release was on June 2020. So we don't even have this year release. Cool. Sounds like a perfect language for a Friday stream. Anyway, let's fucking download it. So we can have like Tarball finally, and language where I don't have to install a Docker container. Spin the crystal. Can I spin the crystal? Oh shit! Holy fuck! That's the best language I've ever saw in my entire life. Okay, so we span the crystal for a good luck. So let's actually download the compiler itself. So we're gonna go to the release page at GitHub. Yes. This language is so advanced, you can spin the crystal. The spinning crystal already makes it better than C++. Does C++ have a spinning crystal? So let's find out. C++. Where is the website of C++? Show me. C++.com. This is the official website of C++. Where is the spinning crystal? I don't fucking see it. I don't fucking see it. So it's already better than C++. There you go. Okay. Alright, so let's actually download it. It's a Linux x86-64. How they right click? Oh my god. Okay. That was weird. I couldn't right click for some reason. No spin. Yeah. Destroyed by facts and logics. Yes, exactly. 25 megabytes language. 25 megabytes language. Holy shit. So let's make a cup of tea. How everyone is doing, by the way. Oh, thank you for installing the right button. Thank you so much. Maybe you can spin the plus. Nah, I don't think so. Finally, Friday. Severmont, hello. Welcome to the stream. Welcome. So we downloaded the Crystal Compiler. And we're about to try it out. So let's start Temucus, and I'm gonna go to the third-party dependencies, and I'm gonna move Crystal Compiler to here. It's gonna be something like this. Let's take a look if that's not a zip bomb, right? It's definitely not a zip bomb, which is pretty cool. And let's just unpack this thing. Okay. So, and then can I, okay, so this is like a regular structure of the package, right? Regular structure of the package. And what does it have? Okay, so it has Crystal. It works. Let's actually try to find out whether it's a statically compiled executable or something like that. Nope, it's a shell script. Welcome to 2021. It's a wrapper. Probably around Ruby or something, I don't know. So let's actually find out. Fucking classic, am I right? Oh, you actually have to go deeper. I see. So is it in lib? So if I go to in lib, okay, so there's a crystal folder there, and there's exactly bin in lib inside of the crystal folder. Okay, so and inside of this bin folder we have the same shit, crystal and shards. Okay, so if I run these things, they do the same thing. Is that an executable file? Yes, it's finally an executable file. Why? Here are the executable. They work. I mean, so all right, and it's dynamically linked though. Let's take a look at it. Oh, it's the executable of Schrödinger, dynamically linked, but yet statically linked. How is that possible? Welcome to ELF. I love ELF. Alright, so what about shards? So what is a shard? Resolve dependency. Missing shard.yaml. Please run shards init. Oh, it's probably... I vaguely remember because I watched shards. What?
Daing Cerant 05 12 for results and typing string.
Are you trying to hack me or something? I have no idea what that's supposed to mean, but thank you for 100 shards. Thank you. And yeah, thank you so much. Shards. I remember vaguely, I watched one of the Crystal stream. One stream where a streamer was doing Crystal, and I remember that they call their packages shards. Because it's a crystal. It's a crystal and the packages are shards. Yes. Yeah, that's how you get the shards. Let's download this piece of shard. Alright, so what do we have in the shear? We have some documentation, and we have the source code. It's a source code. Okay, so the extension for the crystal is CR. Okay, let's take a look at some shit. For example, string. How do you implement strings? Vim, am I right? Vim. God fucking damn it. Let's actually set file type to Ruby. Now that's better. Okay, that's better. So what do we have here? We have some documentation that nobody reads. We have class, some different types, some other shit. Interpolation? Wait! Does it have the variadics of my dream? They have the dream variadics, where you can literally put variadics and fucking iterate them with for loop at compile time. Holy shit! How difficult it is to implement the 2021. You have variadics that you pass to the function and you just iterate them at compile time with a for loop. With just a fucking for loop, without any recursion or any like recursive instantiation. Just like you have a collection, you just iterate it. Here it is. Apparently it's not that hard to implement. STD forward, yes. Okay, so an interpolation is just a variadic function. At least this is what you can see. Rust can do that, they're called macros. Yeah, I see. But this is not a macro actually, so it's a legit function. So, well, and yeah, in C++ you have to do this unpacking and stuff like that. But sometimes, what if I want to like have conditions within that loop and stuff like that? I suppose this for loop will just expand into like this, like it will just paste the bodies of the loop. All right, so that's pretty cool. Pretty cool, I like that. This is from the standard library already. I'm already super happy with it. I have no idea if I will be able to compile Hello World yet, but I'm already happy with this shit. Your use case is not endorsed by Straustro. Okay, sure. I bet he doesn't even know who I am, so it's whatever. Okay, so let's actually try to write a hello world. So what is the hello world in Ruby? Does anyone remember? So hello CR, is it just puts hello, by the way, my cursor is broken. Hello world, who are you? Wait a minute. Who are you? I think I don't have to provide this thing here, there we go. Okay, so let's just shard on it. Haha. So can I build an executable? Okay, so build an executable for me. Nice. I think I'm supposed to provide the file, so it's gonna be hello CR and pause jump. So doing pause. So this usually means you need to install the development package for libenv. Well, I'm glad they at least explained that to me. Alright, so you cannot compile a hello world without libevent, without the development libraries of libevent. Oh boy. Alright, so apt search libevent. Def, do we have something like that? Alright. Libevent def. Static executable, by the way. I mean, the compiler itself is static executable, but alright, let's just install this shit. We're installing it. We're installing. You also need pthreads, libpcre, and probably libgc. Yes, we need everything. We need the whole repo of Debian. Alright, so let me see. Crystal build hello world. Show me what you got. it finished. So did it produce anything? Let's find out. It produced an executable. The size of the executable is 1.5 megabyte. For 2021, it is not bad. 1.5 is not that bad. Okay? So it could be better, but it's not bad. So let's take a look at the executable itself. What is it? Is it an actual legit executable? Looks like it. It's dynamically linked. Has a debug information. It's not bad. Alright, so what are the dependencies? Cool. So these things are kind of unnecessary, but apart from them, and also PCRE, so yeah, you have a automatically support for regular expressions without even using regular expressions. Who needs zero cost abstractions, right, in 2021? I mean, memory is cheap, you don't need zero cost abstractions. Anyway, let's try to run it. There we go. First program ever. Not bad, not bad, not bad. Stream is over. Yeah, thank you everyone for watching. So today we looked at the Crystal program. All right, so I think before we go any further, I need to make a cup of tea. Yeah, we're not poor. We can pay the abstractions. Yeah. So, does anyone have any ideas what we should implement in this language? Should we implement some sort of like a web server or maybe some graphical application? So, since it has the interrupt with C, so you pretty much can just call any C code from it, right? So, yeah, should be pretty interesting. Should be pretty interesting. Alright, so maybe I'm gonna move this entire thing to my OPT folder, so I can easily add all of that to my path and stuff like that. So I'm gonna actually move Crystal like this to OPT. You know what, I'm gonna actually do it like that. Yeah, let's move this to OPT. It's gonna be move, and there we go. So I'm gonna go to OPT. Crystal Home, yeah, we'll have to set up Crystal Home. Is that even a thing? Crystal Home. Let's find out. Crystal Pogue. Nah, it is not. Oh, speaking of what I can do with the crystal, we can go through documentations. So there's some docs. There's a language reference. Maybe we can go through the reference. There are API docs. Oh shit, there are proper API docs. Oh yeah, this is what, oh my god, CSV, this is what I needed. GC, gzib, init, IO, oh my god, everything's there. You can even have a LLVM. Apparently you can interact with the LLVM. You have a Levenstein function in the standard library. Holy shit. You have a Levenstein function. Oh my god, this is what I was dreaming about the whole time. Alright, so I don't have to implement Levenstein function myself anymore. I can just call to the standard library. This is amazing. So you literally provide two strings and it just gives you integer. So there's also finds the best match for name among strings edit. Holy shit, this is actually pretty cool. So yeah, so you not only have Levenstein distance, you have like an actual use case for it. So you have a name, you have a list of names, and it will give you like the closest name in from the list. This is actually super convenient. So what else do we have here? TCP server, TCP socket. Well, that's amazing. We never had any TCP support in any language before. It was impossible before Crystal. And you have YAML XML. Well, it's actually pretty packed language. I like that. So we have like everything that you may need. Why chat is weird? What is going on? What is going? Everything's okay. Unicode. Look at that. We have Unicode support. Isn't that amazing? I'm actually looking for a language to implement my bot in. So I tried Ada. Ada is not a bad language. It's not a bad language, but it's too verbose for my liking. So maybe Crystal is gonna be the ticket. Maybe the Crystal is gonna be the ticket. We'll see. Sounds pretty interesting. There's also channels, so that means it's probably something with the concurrency. Enables concurrent communication between fibers. They allow communicating data between fibers without sharing memory and without having... Oh my god, you can program it like in Go. Isn't that amazing? I think it's goddamn amazing. Anyway, so I need to finally set up my crystal environment first. Hello, Supinik, welcome to the stream. We're looking at Crystal. Have you heard about this programming language? Have you heard about it? Look, look, look. The main selling point of Crystal is a spinning crystal on the website. So, can your JavaScript do that? No, I don't think so. No, I don't fucking think so. Hello. Alright, so let's unpack everything here. Well, you know what's ironic? This crystal is probably implemented in JavaScript. So, so crystal, yeah. So I need to set up some environments and shit. So we're gonna start with the Dart environment. We're gonna clone the Dart environment, and we're gonna do crystal, crystal environment, environment sh. And I have to do it like this. I'm a little bit hungry. Oh my god. I forgot to eat right before the stream. This is actually very dangerous, chat. I'm doing a very dangerous shit. I'm programming while being hungry. So that means half of the chat potentially might be banned today. So be careful everyone. So this is the thing I want to add. So, and now I'm gonna just remove this entire thing, and there we go. So let me close that, and now I'm gonna do source crystal environment. There we go. So if I take a look at which crystal, not cry, but crystal. Can't spell crystal without cry. So I didn't cry. All right. Crystal. All right, so let's put some things somewhere. Cry language. Prob. Create crystal. Prob. Oh, and by the way, I think you have to initialize your project with shards and shit. Shards, right, there we go. Let's do shards init. And it created, it's actually pretty goddamn fast. Look. Oh, it already exists. And it just creates your YAML, which is almost 300 bytes. That's the fastest initialization on the West I've seen so far. Like, the fastest project initialization. Like, compared with Cabal or Node, they're pretty fast, but this one is the fastest. And is the smallest. Look at that. So I do shard. And I do init. That's it. Just create the file. There we go. Let's take a look inside of it. So shard, you know, and I just copy it like a file or something. Nice. Like it didn't even do anything. Like okay. Cool. Development dependencies, description. Okay, so we're gonna use MIT license, and the author is gonna be me, smiley face, or maybe not. I'm gonna actually put somebody else. So I'm just putting like a random name and random email of some dude that I don't even know. Right, so this is not me actually. Okay. So do I put description here? I'm not sure if I want to put description here. Show description of a prob. Okay. Just checking out the Crystal programming language. By the way, do we have an Emacs support for this beautiful language? Hello everyone who just joined the stream. Welcome. Really glad to see you all today. So Crystal, not Crystal, Crystal. There is a Crystal mode. Would you look at that? There is something called Crystal mode. I don't know what it actually is. Crystal Lang tools, a minimal Crystal mode for Emacs. Minimal, that's exactly what I want. I don't need to have a mode where I have to wait for half of an hour to build some sort of executable that doesn't even work right anyway. So I need a minimal one. Cool. So let's just try to install that. Based on Ruby mode. Well, I mean, what's wrong with that though? What's wrong with that? 32 stars. I mean, power of 2. I mean, it's not that popular of a language, so I can see why it wouldn't be that super popular. By the way, as far as I know, like I heard about Crystal for a long time already. It feels like a very niche language. It feels like one of those, like, it's similar to D, or I don't know, like it has its own small communities, a small loyal community, but outside of that community it's not that well known, so it's one of those small languages. Yeah, so anyway, so let's actually go to the config file and let's try to install the Crystal mode. Is Erlang a niche? Maybe, but behind Erlang there is like a huge company, right? So Ericsson, I think Ericsson invented it. Alright, so Crystal mode, and let's just install that. Ericsson. Is Ericsson just like Jason? Anyway. So let's just put it here, and here's the shard, and I'm gonna create the main CR, I suppose. I'm just creating main CR, and in here we're gonna have puts hello world. So far so good. So let's actually try to test some of the things from the standard library, specifically Levenshtein, right? Levenshtein distance, right? So how do I import things? Do I import them like this? I remember I saw it like that, Levenshtein. So, and can I use shards to build things? Let's take a look at the help. So you do build and dependencies are satisfied. Cool. But did it actually build anything? Okay, so it then did that and it didn't build anything. Maybe this is because I need to create src folder and move everything to src. Will you build this thing afterwards? Doesn't want to build anything. Okay. So maybe I have to like do build src main. Target src was not found. Ah, so we have to specify a target. All right. Crystal shards target. Sonic Crystal is not available for Windows. Do I have to finish the stream now? It is what it is, and it isn't what it isn't. Windows this day corrupts your hard drive. So why would you use Windows, by the way, these days? It literally corrupts your hard drives. So yeah. Oh, and by the way, Cerimon is right. So these days you can just use WSL. Like Linux applications on Windows are not problem like today at all, because you have WSL, and especially WSL2, which runs like the actual kernel. So yeah, shouldn't be a problem at all. So let me see. Crystal applications to have shard file at looking. Okay, install requirements, and how do you use this thing? So dependencies SSL, development dependencies, cool. But how do I build it now? Do I have to do main build main? So do they have shard YAML? Targets. Oh, that's actually pretty straightforward. That's pretty cool. We can do that. Look. Targets, shard, main, and we're gonna just do main as CR. All right, and I'm gonna just do a build. First try. There we go. Who needs to read documentation? You just take the real world examples and you just copy paste the stuff from there. You see? You don't need to read anything. You don't need to understand anything. You just copy paste like chunks of code from internet, right? And it works. Don't think about it too much. All right. So let's take a look at what we have inside of the bin folder. Inside of the bin folder we have an executable. So far, unironically, everything is super simplistic. I really like that. And here's the hello world. Cool. And we actually managed to require Levenshtein module. So that means we did that correctly. So if I try to require something that doesn't exist, I hope it will tell me that you're trying to include something that doesn't exist. Okay. That was interesting. So I can literally require anything here and it will build successfully. Is that what you're telling me? Really? So, but if I just put something like this here, will it work? So what if I run this entire thing? Okay, that's really strange. Okay, if I modify it, if I have world hello here, will it work? Am I doing it correctly? Okay, it doesn't rebuild anything. Oh, that explains it. So maybe I have to do like... It doesn't even rebuild anything, alright. Okay, if I try to do that... And then... Probe crystal probe. I need a cup of tea. Okay, so I'm gonna go to the kitchen and turn on the kettle and just make a cup of tea. Don't go anywhere, or otherwise you're gonna miss a lot of epic content like that. Okay. Just a second. Hello. Oh, we have a raid for a Freeman 69X. Hello, hello, Freeman. Thank you for the 6 raiders. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Lazy Grid, hello. Let's remove this shite and let's try to modify this thing. So what I wanted to see if I can modify this thing. This is not what I wanted. I wanted to build the shards. And there we go. So it tells us that you can do this kind of stuff. Okay, look. This is the ultimate zoomer test. They have colors, right? They use colors. That means they use ANSI escape codes. If you were to redirect the output to here, for example, do they disable the colors? Okay. So this is the moment, this is the ultimate zoomer test. Zoomers forget to disable the color when they are redirected to a file or something like that. So we'll be able to see those escape codes in the file. So, and zoomer test passed. They're zoomers. Aha! So fucking classic. It happens every time I use one of the zoomer technologies or one of the zoomer languages. None of them know how to test that the output is not a terminal. If it's not a terminal, do not fucking put those color codes. None of them fucking know that. Okay. Let's remove all this. Now this thing is gonna work. Why am I redirecting output? So I shouldn't be actually redirecting it. So everything seems to be okay. And let's try to use this Levenstein thingy they're talking about. Where is that Levenstein thingy? So it's a class method. Do I have to do it like this? So it's going to be distance between, let's say, hello and world. Let's see what's the Levenstein distance between these two words. So I think I should be able to do something like shards build. There we go. And it doesn't know about the distance, and for some reason my Emacs cannot parse it correctly, but that's okay. So undefined method distance. Okay, so maybe I have to do something like Levenstein dot here. Will that work? Undefined local variable. Okay, so that means I'm doing that incorrectly. Class method. You have to capitalize that, I think. Do you have to? Yeah, you have to capitalize that. There we go. They have examples. Look at that. They have examples. Nice. I really like when people put examples here. Alright, so can I even run one of these things? Is it possible to run things? I don't think so. No, I don't think so. Alright, so let's actually do something like this. It's gonna be build, and then we're gonna do bin shards, and what do we have? We have a Levenstein distance of 4. Right, we have a Levenstein distance of 4. Cool. Who doesn't know what is a Levenstein distance? So essentially, Levenstein distance between two strings is essentially the amount of basic operations, such as insert character into a string, insert like at any position, so this is a basic operation, then remove character, and so on and so forth. I think you need only like insert and remove. Swapping is basically can be expressed in terms of insert or remove. So we have these basic operations, and how many of such basic operations you need to perform to turn this string into that one. It says 4. It actually said 4. So that means that you have another basic operation, probably replace. It says 4. Oh yeah, that means that means replace character. So because essentially you have L at the same position, at 4th position. So that means it needs to replace only 4 characters here, right? So that's why the Levenstein distance is 4. All right. So why Levenstein distance is actually useful? Why Levenstein distance is the like messages really annoying? Let me actually open my web chat. If it's super annoying, I think I should be able to disable this entire like a boost thingy. Let me maybe see. Somewhere. Every time someone donates this 2k, it shows a big ass message. Holy shit. Okay, so let me actually pop out the chat so I can see what are you guys up to. Oh shit, it's so slow. Alright. It doesn't show it for me here. So yeah, someone please donate, because I never seen that before. Is it exciting? Is it amazing? It's not that big. Has contributed to 150 total in boost. I mean, it's big when you contribute like 2000k, right? To 2k, right? So anyway, so I think my kettle is ready. So let me quickly go to the kitchen, grab some hot water, and I'm gonna be back, and we're gonna continue exploring what can you do with this beautiful language. Lost princess. And back. To back. Mm-hmm. It's not that bad, to be fair. So yeah. I think I read something about that in one of the like newsletters from Twitch, that basically this kind of thing promotes my stream in an algorithm, but I'm not sure how much of the true it is. It could be just some sort of a basically a trick to drain points from people, maybe, I don't know. It could be actually not doing anything at all. So they're saying that it promotes it with Twitch algorithm, but how can you verify that? There's literally no way to verify that. So it's kind of bullshit. Anyway, just maybe they're trying to, you know, improve the points economy. Maybe the points economy actually inflated too much. So they need like to drain all of the points from the points economy or something. I don't fucking know. So. So. Is there any like documentation about basic like features of this language that we can probably test? Is there any way for us to test all of that? I mean, not test, but try out. Development Wikipedia shards documentation. So there are different shards that we can install. Language reference. I suppose the only thing that we can rely on is the language reference. Getting started. So Crystal help. Hello Crystal. We already did Hello World. Hello World was actually pretty straightforward, not gonna lie. So we can try to create this famous HTTP server. So a famous HTTP server, and once we get an HTTP server, maybe we can turn it into something amazing. So what do you guys think? All right, so let me go and grab this entire stuff. So this is basically Levenstein stuff. HTTP server. So in the compilation, if I try to compile that, it will probably compile, so it basically has HTTP server as a part of the standard library, which is kind of nice. So we are creating the server, HTTP server. I'm not quite sure why you have to use that and what is that supposed to mean. Why couldn't be it just that? But okay. So it's like a nested namespace, and we create a new server, right? With a context, right? So as far as I know, this is some sort of a block, right? Some sort of a block with a parameter, or maybe this is a lambda. Who knows? And within that context, we're setting the content type, which is going to be text plain. So just a plain text. And then we can respond with some data, like response. Print hello world. You can even grab the time. The time is oh, you can even have a string interpolation. Time local. Cool. That's it, I suppose. Then we take the server, bind it to a port 6969, and then say that listening on HTTP, and you have an address. Oh yeah, we just defined it here. So when you bind the server, apparently it returns the address. So that means we can print that address. So that's pretty cool. And then we can do a server listen. It's pretty straightforward. Okay, each step kind of makes sense. So now let's try to go and build this entire thing. Let's try to go and build this entire thing. So you know what, I want to actually detach that window so I can put my main window here, and there we go. It's still building. Wait a second, it's literally still building. What is it doing? Is it linking the whole thing, or it's probably compiling the whole HTTP library? That's probably what it's doing. Holy shit. What is it doing? Is my Is my stream alive? All of the cores are busy. All of the cores are busy. Okay, so yeah. Holy shit, nice. Localhost 6969. There we go. Time zone has been leaked. So yeah, this is how easily you can create a web application. Cool. Just use the standard library. Alexor subscribed with Twitch Prime. You see, it works. People are throwing money at me. Thank you so much for 2 months of a Twitch Prime subscription. Thank you, and welcome to our epic club. So I think I just need to Zoidberg club. You see what happens when I don't have my cup of tea before the stream? This is essentially what happens. I start to program in normal languages and making weird noises in programming web applications, okay? So it's very important for me to have my cup of tea before the stream. So, yeah. Zoidberg is pleased, yeah. Tea is boomer juice. Well, people were drinking tea probably for thousands of years, so calling it a boomer drink would be a huge underestimation, to be fair. So, just saying. Anyways. What else can we do? Okay, so we know how to do the HTTP stuff. Cool. Roman Codes subscribed with Twitch Prime for 4 months. Thank you so much for Twitch Prime subscription and welcome to our epic web development club. That's right, we're developing web applications apparently. Yeah, let's take a look at the rest of the stuff. So we can do. Why are they explaining each individual line? This code is actually self-explanatory. Like, okay, whatever. Command line application. So in the command line applications, you can have command line parsing, but it's boring. So I can parse my command lines myself. Okay, this is not interesting. So using the compiler, I mean, I kind of know how to use compilers, so what's up with that about this guide? Boring. Okay, semantic comments. Okay, cool. This is how we do the comments in this language. Look, chat. Look. This is gonna be on the exam, so take notes. If you don't know how to do the comments in Crystal programming language, you're gonna lose the points on the exam. So yeah, that's very important. Literals. Okay. Erhan Kurnaz 2000 subscribed at tier 1. Thank you so much. Your first subscription, by the way. Thank you. And welcome to our epic Crystal Club. Thank you so much. Shebang is possible. Yeah, I think Shebang is possible. But can you run? Wait a second. That's actually. Let me try to Shebang this thing. So in the Crystal. Right, in the Crystal you have to do build first, but you can't, you can, oh my god, so you have a run and it is the default, meaning that just by doing Crystal SRC, right, you automatically run that thing as well. Well, you have to wait for half an hour until it compiles the HTTP server, of course. Right, and then it fails because the address is already in use because Bebega, because of this thing. Okay, but that means I can just go and then user bin environment Crystal. Look at that, user bin environment Crystal, and then I can enable the executable rights for this file and then just run this file, and you can have Crystal scripts. You can have scripts written in a statically typed compile language. Isn't that amazing? I think it's goddamn amazing. What's funny, it doesn't really produce any executables if you just run it. So that's very interesting. So by default, it can work like... It's a very interesting observation, Fengchi. Thank you so much. So you can use it as a script language. You can use it as a script language. Crystal script, yeah, boy. Okay, so here are the literals. That's cool. So I think we need to keep that that table nearby somewhere. I think it's gonna be super useful. So arrays, array likes, hashes, ranges. You can have ranges. You can have oh, that explains. That explains why these things were depending on PCRE at like without even using any regular expressions, because regular expressions are part of the core of the language. They are not separate library or anything like that. They are built into the syntax. That's why the language depends on PCRE all the time. That makes a lot of sense. Hello, Gail. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Welcome. So, yesu, kawaii desu. Alright, so here are the literals, and yeah, pretty straightforward. Not gonna lie, pretty straightforward. Assignment. So you just do assignment, assign to a local variable, assigns to an instance variable, assigns to a class variable. Okay. So we have different methods, and here's how you can do assignments. Local variables. Local variable starts with a lowercase letter. Okay. Control expressions. If, else, unless. It has unless like Lisp. Oh yeah. Interesting. Do you guys know what's the difference between unless and if? Unless is if, but with the condition negated. So that's the only difference, I guess. Well, logically. So it also has until and stuff like that. Types and methods. Okay, so types and methods. Everything is an object. The program global object. Modules, generics. Okay, let's take a look at the generics. Okay, so yeah, you literally can do it like that, and then you can pass the type here. Huh. Generics without too much of the syntactic noise. I really like that. Why would anyone do the declare when you assign to it thing? Disgusting. Well, they're trying to mimic a Ruby after all. Alright, so you have classes and they also have structs. Let's take a look at the structs. Okay, you can have struct, property, point, counter. You also have constructors, which is just initialize. Okay, crowd, class, and struct. This is a classical Java trick because these things are keywords. So in like they just replace C with K, and it looks very German. So, oh my god, somebody did a donation. Excuse me, I didn't hear what the donation said, so there you have it. Go buy yourself a real editor. I already bought a real editor, so I actually paid like 69 bucks for this editor, so it was actually quite expensive, but thank you so much. It will cover like 10% of what I paid for this editor. Thank you so much. Alright, so we have structures, we have constants. Alright, so here are the constants. Constants can be declared at the top of the level inside of the function, and they must start with a capital letter. Oh, that's very interesting. So let's remove all of that. If I define something like x69 and then x420, this will compile, right? This will compile. And then I'm gonna do shard build and I'm gonna just run it. Cool. And it does work. But now, if I rename it to the capital letter, it will fail. Yes. That's a very interesting approach, right? I didn't hear what you said, so please donate. I didn't think about it. Yeah, so essentially, if you call your variable with a capital letter, you cannot reassign it anymore because it becomes a constant. So assignment is the declaration, and yeah, this is how we declare constants. That's very interesting. That is very interesting. Okay, enumerations. So this is how we can have enumerations, and they can have values, so it's pretty much like in C. So you also can have the flag enumerations. Alright, blocks and procs. Blocks and procs. It's like her hots and plots, but blocks and procs. Her blocks and plots. Yes. So you have block. Cool. Exception handling. So you have also type grammars, macros. Okay, let's take a look at the macros. I think macros are kind of interesting. So macros are methods that receive AST nodes at compile time and produce code that is pasted into the program. Look at that. So you define a method and you have two parameters, name and content. And that thing for you defines the variable. So you can just paste this name and content here and it will probably produce like this thing. That's actually pretty straightforward. I like it. I think it's pretty cool. So I mean, this example is kind of dumb, I do agree with that, this specific one, but the potential is actually there. The potential there, yeah. This is quite convenient. This is actually very convenient, I really like that. Yeah. So that explains why that HTTP example was compiling so slow, because it was evaluating all of this HTTP madness, you know, at compile time. So that makes sense. So you can even have nested macros. Nested macros, you have to escape this shit. You can, but you can have nested macros. You literally can have nested macros, but yeah. That's pretty cool. So, hooks. Wait a second. Special macros exist that are invoked in some situation as hook. Holy shit! This thing was Jai before Jai was cool. Like, to be fair, these kind of hooks, I only like heard about them in the context of Jai, but yeah, there we go, here's the hooks. But I think Jai actually can send you more information about the process of compilation. So inherit is invoked when the subclass is defined, type. Yeah! I only heard about these kind of things in Jai, but I never tried Jai, so I don't know how exactly it's implemented there, but it's actually very close to what I heard. So yeah, so who needs Jai, am I right? So yeah, fresh variables. Maybe they actually edit all that after they watched the John Blow demos, who knows. Okay, so everything looks interesting, and you have annotations. You can add those annotations, and you probably can access them at compile time at some point. Then you can have C bindings and stuff like that. So low-level primitives. Compile time flags. C bindings, unsafe code, conventions. Alright, so let's actually try to write something substantial in this language, chat. Let's try to write something substantial. How about a Twitch bot? What do you guys think? Because it sounds pretty substantial, because like the one that we're trying to do in Ada, but in Crystal. Right, so for that you need to parse environment files, right? Environment files or some sort of a file, maybe JSON file, who knows. You also need to handle command line arguments. So then you need to establish a connection. Then you need to basically send some information and receive some information. So it actually has like several verifiable phases through which we can go during the development. And I think it's a pretty good thing to implement. This is just bullshit to get programming language nerds excited. You just need like if and for and func. Exactly. I do agree with you, Itanasa. I do goddamn agree with you. Daniel69 suggesting this link. Let me take a look at it. Jai is a work in progress. Okay, so features, basic program. It contains literally nothing. So, I mean, come on. But alright, thank you so much. Hello World is there. I mean, what else do you need? Like, you only need Hello World for real software development. Okay, so how are we gonna call the Twitch bot that is written in Crystal? Bit, because you know in Twitch you have bits, right? And this is a Crystal and bit, but it's also bot. I think the name of the bot should be Bitbot. That's a good one. Okay, so it's gonna be called Meth. Alright, so this is a Meth bot. It's like Forcing has a snooze bot, right? And we're gonna have a Meth bot. It's a more hardcore version of a snooze bot. It's a Meth bot. No, I think it's too much. On the other hand, too much says the creator of AIDS. So let's actually call it Meth. Alright, so it's gonna be Meth. Meth bot. Crystal bot. So let's do a shards init. Okay, so here's the shards init. So again, I'm gonna just put an absolutely random name here, right? It just doesn't matter what I put here. This is not me at all. It's just a random name. Okay, short description. Just a simple Twitch chat bot to try out Crystal programming language. There we go. So do we need any dependencies right now? I don't think we need any dependencies right now. So, and we're also gonna set the license to that, and the license is gonna be, of course, MIT. There we go. So I also need to probably create the SRC folder. There we go. Main CR, and it's gonna be puts hello bot. Okay, so I forgot how to add shards. So it's gonna be prob, Crystal prob. Yeah. So targets. Oh yeah, it has to be like that actually. Meth bot, and this is gonna be the main. And let's just do shards build. Okay, so here it is, and if I try to run it, it does say hello bot. Cool. So let's try to parse the command line arguments. So hopefully I will able to do that by looking only at the documentation. It's not a reference, I need API. Can I go to the API? Arguments, command, CMD CLI. I think it has to be in a system. Yeah, it has to be in a system, but I don't see any system. Arg. This is argument error. RGB. Okay, this is cool. So, yeah. So this is the arguments, and we can try to print them, I suppose. I'm gonna do puts RGB, and now I'm gonna do shards, and then I'm gonna run the bot itself. Okay, so it doesn't have any arguments, and I can do full bar buzz, and it should give me the arguments. Beautiful, cool. So the next thing we need to do, we probably need to test if it contains anything. I think I didn't see the command line shards run. I don't think it exists. No, it doesn't exist. So there's no run here. This is me, yeah. General option run in production mode, no development dependencies. Yeah, you cannot run it, you can only build it. So yeah, it is what it is. Sorry. Sorry. Mm-hmm. Okay, so what I need to check the length of it. Will it work? Can I just do length of the arguments? Is that a thing in 2021? Undefined method length, is it len? No. It could be just len like this? Probably not. Okay, so can I go to the array and take a look at its methods? So does it have size? Okay, it does have size, so I think it's size. Okay, it was size. So if size equals 0, then we can throw some sort of an error. Crystal exceptions. I think I want to open also a reference, language reference guide, just to keep it nearby. This is actually super convenient, like these two things, like API reference for the standard library and the guide, so I can go to the syntax and semantic and, for example, search for exceptions, and here we go, exception handling. So, and for example, I want to raise an exception, and I know how to do that. It's gonna say, oh no, and let me see. So, is it gonna work? So it's not then. Is it something like this? So I can always go to control expressions and take a look at the if. So if doesn't require then. This is actually super convenient, like having these two things. This is so rare actually in languages, that you have like this concise, very small language guide, and also just straight up on point API documentation that you can look up. I can really appreciate that, by the way. Like, I really appreciate that. So I don't need Google, by the way. Like, I just don't need Google. I just need these two things, and that's it. So it's so fucking good. Yeah. Kriegel. Well, yeah, probably, but should be possible to implement. Like, it has type information and shit. All right. So what does it say? Yeah, let's try to do this. So I can just work with that. Can you, Rust, do that? Well, that's a good question. So if I don't provide anything, it should say, oh no, exception. Cool. No configuration file is provided. So we're gonna put some sort of error. Do you have to explain usage and shit like that? I don't think so. Okay. No configuration file is provided. So the next thing we should use is, and look at that, there is env. But env is a hash-like accessor for environment variables. This is not what I think it is. This is not what I think it is. So do you have JSON? Do you have JSON? It does have a JSON. So can I... Alright. Can I do that from file? So there's like literally JSON parse like in JavaScript. Also has debugger keyword as in JS, very useful. You worked with that language before, also? Yeah, this looks actually very interesting. Okay, so let's require the JSON and see what we can do with that. File. Can you do that from file? So there's a from JSON. So serialize achieve to JSON return strings, which JSON to an IO. IO class bases all inputs. SRC copies must limit bytes from SRC to DST. So it's like memcmp. Oh, memcpy. Memcpy. So a read file, a read fully. Tries to read exactly as bytes. Okay, so I want to just provide it a file and see what's gonna and just parse it as JSON. I wonder if it's possible. So they do talk about I/O. The general type-safe interface for JSON is to invoke T from JSON on a target type T and pass either string or I/O as an argument. Okay, so if you want to read it from file, you probably need to get an I/O, because I/O is the basis for input-output, and this class is inherited by things like file. Alright, so, and if you want to use file, right, so you just create file new. Okay, secret JSON. Alright, so in here we can do something like Twitch, right, and this is gonna be let's say channel, and it's gonna be Zozin, right, Zozin channel, password. So channel is where we're gonna actually connect, right? And he didn't read the example. What example? There was an example? I'm sorry. Okay, and the nickname. So the nickname is Mr. Botka. Alright, so what I want to do here is to do a file new, right? So file implicit clause with open. That's actually very interesting, so we can get the content. Then what I can do, T from JSON on a target T and pass. So you need to know the type of this thing. You need to know the type of this thing, which is kind of so that means I want to simplify this thing here. I want to simplify this thing here. So in our case, it's going to be a hash from string to string, hopefully, from string to string, and then from JSON file open. Yeah, and we're going to use RGB, I suppose 0, right? And let's see. So is it gonna compile? Is it gonna compile? It did in fact compile. This is really interesting. Okay, so if I try to run it, it says no configuration file was provided. I can provide something like this, and it fails with an expected C character. Okay, because this is not the correct JSON, and then I can provide a secret JSON, and it actually did everything successfully. Nice. Then I can try to maybe print this entire thing just to see if it actually parsed everything correctly. And of course I need to rebuild all of that, so it's gonna be shards build like this. And is it gonna work? We're about to find out. There we go, we managed to parse that. No examples are needed. I don't know why you guys talking about some sort of examples or anything like that. It's just, it works. Don't worry about that. So you can build that from JSON, and what's interesting is that on a target type T string, what if I want to have like a more sophisticated example? That's what I'm thinking. What if I want to have something more sophisticated? So we can have a JSON parse. So something like that would be actually a little bit better, right? So that way I don't have to specify any types or anything like that, right? So, but that means I'll have to read the whole file, and reading the whole file should be pretty straightforward by doing something like this, right? Where you open the RGB 0, right, then I get the file and I get it to the end and I get the content out of that thing. So afterwards, once I have the content, I should be able to just JSON parse this entire thing, JSON parse content, and that gives me the whole parsed content, and I don't have to worry about the types if I understand this thing correctly, of course. We're about to find out. Yeah, there we go. So, and that means I can actually go to the secret and make the entire structure a little bit more complex, right? For example, write it into an additional thingy here, right? An additional thingy, and then, you know, recompile it, and very cool. It's very cool. And now, I can do something like this. For example, I can do Twitch, right? Give me Twitch and show me leak the passwords. Let's leak the passwords real quick. And I wonder if we can do something like that, right? Leaked password, Pogue, and what's that, right? Leaked password, first try. How about that? Got clear. Anyway. So I'm really actually happy how pretty straightforward all of that is. It's pretty cool. Yeah. So this is gonna be a secret. So here's the content, here's the secret, and by the way, can I just do something like that? You know what? Can I just do it like this? So wrap JSON parse to this and actually get the secret out of that. I think that's even better. Yeah, that makes sense. It's pretty ergonomic. I really like how ergonomic it is. So we just check if we provide it in a file, then we read this configuration, and yeah, that's pretty pogue. So the next thing we need to do, we need to connect to IRC server, right? We need to connect to IRC server, and I'm thinking, do we have IRC library? You can also do file read path, probably. Let me see. Dot read. Oh, okay. So it returns the content of the file. That's even better. Thank you so much. File read RGB0 JSON parse, and this one is going to be secret. So JSON probably has to be capitalized. Thank you so much. By the way, pipe operator when? I wanna have a pipe operator. Instead of this ugly shit, how about this, this, and this? Is it even possible in 2020? Is it even possible? Let me see. Crystal pipe operator. Oh, there's an RFC for that, of course. That juicy, sweet pipe operator. Closed. It would be great if Crystal had a construct similar to Elixir pipe operator. Okay, so what's the conclusion? Implement pipe operator, and it was closed. Somebody not only proposed that, but somebody actually implemented that. Ruby will have this in the next version. How about this in Crystal 2? That was already refused a long time ago in it doesn't fit the language. Okay, so Crystal uses chaining instead. Okay, this is very interesting. Chaining, they're using chaining instead. So let me see. It was briefly discussed at some point. Right in your first example you have this thing. In Crystal right now you can do this. That is, you invoke method on an object, the implicit argument of Elixir isn't explicit. Okay, I guess. So maybe, sure. Whatever, doesn't matter. What we need to do here, we need to connect to IRC, right? Okay, so the case closed, all of that doesn't matter. Let's close this entire thing. So this is JSON, and where's the language reference? Here is that. Is there any database of the shards that we can use? So CrystalDB. So this is CrystalDB API for Crystal. Crystal shards, Crystal language shards. Crystal shards, programming language Crystal, blah blah blah. So there's also crystalshards.org. Which one should I trust, by the way? Which one should I trust? So shards from the Crystal community, IRC. So do we have any IRC shards? Fast IRC, CR IRC. Okay, so which one should we pick? Probably the one with the highest amount of stars. So this one, CR IRC. XYZ websites. Well, I mean, what's wrong with them? So let's actually look for IRC here as well. It's pretty much the same shit. Okay. Installation. So we have to just add this to your dependencies. Meow. Nice nickname. Nice nickname. I really like it. How can I actually go to that GitHub? I think I can click it on here. So here it is. Crystal library to create IRC client bot server. Interesting. 2017, and yeah, look at that. It was updated actually relatively recently. I mean the last year, but still, it's pretty recent. Okay, how big it is? How big it is? So there's example bot. So I create a client, RC Mozilla, SSL. You can have SSL, which is already pretty cool. And bind example bot on ready. You have to do, oh yeah, on different events you have the callbacks and shit. So yeah, pretty straightforward thing. So you can also have example server. Here's the main thing here. I don't know. Unlike Ada libraries, yeah, probably. So here's the network. All right, let's give it a try. Maybe it's gonna be useful. So I think I have to add that to the shard YAML, right? So we have dependencies, and here are the dependencies. This is where we keep them. So I suppose, right, we do it like this. We do shards build, and it will download. Yeah, it automatically fetches it from the GitHub. Okay, shard name CR/CRC doesn't match dependency CR/CRC. Okay, that's very interesting. So that means, okay, it has to be like that then. By the way, this is an opportunity to fix documentation. This is actually pretty important. So yeah, and it puts the dependencies here. It actually keeps them in a local folder. Alright, so that's pretty pogue. Let's submit the pull request, chat. Let's submit the pull request, fixing documentation here. I think it's gonna be pretty pogue. So let me go to the third party. Daniel69 submitted 69 bits. Thank you so much for 69 bits. I really appreciate it. Thank you for supporting the community. Just like Node.js, PogChamp. Exactly. Node.js is my favorite package manager of all time. All right. So yeah. Submitted pull request. I mean, there's also pull request which is probably abandoned. Fix depends. God damn it! Somebody already tried to do that 7 days ago, and all right. Should have looked into that and fucking ignored. Ignored for 7 days. All right. Oh yeah, the new PogChamp actually looks a little bit closer to the PogChamp, but it's cropped a little bit weirdly, but overall, yeah, it's pretty close. Ignored, yeah. Okay. So that means we're not gonna submit anything. But I might as well actually maybe like it or not, whatever. So here are the shards, and it got this thing downloaded. So let's take a look. Every day there's a new PogChamp. Really? Amazing. Absolutely goddamn amazing. Example bot. So we need to acquire this thing. So let's go back to the main.cr, right, and just require this thing here. There we go. This is not what I wanted actually. Main CR shards build. I don't really hate that language that much so far, so which is pretty cool. Every day we stray further from Pog. Yes. Okay, so this thing compiled. And what we have to do here, we have to create the client. Let's try to create the client. Okay. So we have a secret, and then we're gonna do client. CRRC network client new mathbot. So the next one is going to be, so where do we want to connect? I think we should try to connect first to Freenode maybe, or maybe not. Let's actually try to connect right away to the Twitch IRC guide. Twitch IRC guide. So we're gonna be connecting to here, right? So this is the first thing. Oh my god. 6697, and SSL has to be true. Then we do client connect. And in here we're organizing our own loop. This is actually very interesting. So we get the messages, right? And yeah, bind example. So we bind different examples. I don't kind of understand why does it have to be separate function, but okay. Client start do bot, and this is going to be end. Cool. So we're organizing the event loop. So here's the event loop. So then begin and end. So it has something to do with the concurrency. No, it's not concurrency. It's error. It's exception handling. Yeah. This is very interesting. Exception handling. Syntax and semantic exception handling. So, and there should be, so there's a begin and there's a rescue, right? So it's kind of similar to Ruby. So then we do bot gets, right? And we want to print this entire thing. I'm gonna print it like that. Break if m is nil. This is actually pretty interesting syntax. Break if that. Then spawn handle m as string. I don't think I'm gonna. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna handle that. Does it need to be handled? Maybe it does need to be handled. Okay, so I'm gonna just put it here. I suppose it handles it like asynchronously. That's why it puts spawn there. So it's gonna be rescue, and when you take error. All right. right, and then we print this error. And why do we sleep here? Why on earth would we sleep here? I don't quite understand. Why would you in a catch section or rescue section sleep for 1 millisecond? Oh, maybe I know, because it basically, oh, I see, it swallows all of the exceptions. That's what it does. Yeah, this bot, if it receives an exception, it basically swallows it and waits like 1 millisecond in case you basically drop the connection. Because if you drop a connection, it's gonna throw exceptions over and over again, and it will busy loop. To actually combat that busy loop, it actually waits a little bit. Holy shit. You know what? If we receive any exceptions, we're gonna just die. I don't think it's actually needed for our case. We're not afraid of killing our bot, okay? So this is pretty much it. I think you just receive some messages, right? And you just handle them. So, and there is a spawn. So I think it has something to do with concurrency. So local variable control exceptions. Annotations, type reflections. They don't really talk about concurrency too much, but yeah, that's overall it's okay. Okay, so far so good. Let's try to compile this thing and see if it works or not. Alright, so now I think we can try to connect to Twitch. I don't have a correct credentials anyway, but that's kind of the point, because I'm testing things out. Okay, improperly formatted oath. So we already managed to connect to Twitch, right? So Twitch actually didn't like what we did, but we managed to connect successfully. And then it actually dropped connection with us and we exited. Alright, so that was easy. So yeah, almost 2 hours in, we're already connected to the Twitch. So that means we need to set up these handlers. Essentially, right, so bot on ready will have to create a channel, join the default, yeah, so we'll have to do join, then reply. Commander Ellie LL, thank you so much for Twitch Prime subscription, thank you, and welcome to our epic Crystal Club. Zozin, use my oath token. Yeah, I'm gonna use it. Thank you so much. So, just let me grab it. Cool. All right, I want to make a small break. Maybe for another cup of tea. Maybe I should go for another cup of tea. I'm sure. Does anyone have any questions while we're while I'm preparing a cup of tea? I wonder if I can separate these things. Holy shit! I think I can separate them. Is it gonna work? Can I even do them like this? I don't think I can do them like this. Cup of tea. Yeah. This is not what I'm supposed to be doing. I should do shards. Build like this. It does work. Cool. I like that. How to prepare a cup of tea? I'm about to do that. So you take a vessel, you put tea leaves in it, and then you pour hot water. Will this be on GitHub or something? Maybe. We'll see. If it turns out good, I'll put it on GitHub. So far, so good. Like, I really like how straightforward this program is. So I'm probably gonna put it on the GitHub. Look at that gym stuff behind Zozin. It's not the gym stuff actually. It's just a thing to hang your clothing. Seriously. It's literally like a coat hanger. Come on. Do I look like a person who goes to gym? Seriously? Come on. It's logic where the parameters go all the way to the right where call is open looks ugly to me, but C programmers love it. Sure. I think it's a bike shading. Alright, so I'm gonna go to the kitchen and turn on the candle, and you don't go anywhere, or I'll rewrite all of your C programs in Crystal, and there's nothing you would be able to do about that. Don't need to go, it's right behind you. Okay. The fuck? The fuck you said to me? Okay. Hello. All right. Why are you guys talking about my ass? Could you please stop? All right. What I was doing? Let me see. So we need to set up these bindings and whatnot, right? So bot on ready. We have to join a particular channel. All right, so I'm gonna go to the secret, and we do know which channel we want to join. So it's gonna be something like that. Bot on ready. Do and our rescue. So bot join, and you have to specify the channel, but to specify the channel you actually have to go like through this entire path. I wonder if you can just use it to and be able to just do chan new, and then if we say that the channel is Dzozin, we would do it like this: secret Twitch, chan, Twitch channel. So this is how we join it, and I wonder how can you do that? Do we have something like use? All right. So we might as well actually split everything like this and go to the language. Do we have something about namespaces? There was something about modules, I think. Modules. Assignment, control, expression, literals, types and methods. Modules. Okay, so we can create like built-in modules. And you can do include. Okay, so what does include? But also it can be included in the program and its methods can be invoked without a namespace. Okay, so can I then do include this entire thing inside of it here? So I don't have to do it like that. It feels like I should be able to do that. Yeah, if I do include, or like you can do it. Nice. So I think I'm doing everything correctly. And let's try to compile this entire thing. So, yep. Save everything, please. All right. So include cannot include dynamically. Very interesting. So, but it doesn't even include dynamically. Like I thought it's some sort of like a feature. Like, okay, if I put it somewhere here, will you be able to include it, not dynamically? Alright. The target method bot failed to compile. Instance name must be a string, not JSON any. Oh, that's interesting. So if you try to do something like this, it's going to be a JSON any. So what you have to do probably is to do to string, but I'm not sure 100%. So let's try. So is it to string? Or maybe string. So what I want to be able to do, it's a 2s, but this is not helpful. I don't know how to call it. 2s. Like I need a full expression. The type, any type under JSON look at methods. I don't see any though. Okay, here it is. So there's 2s. All right. So it just, oh, you can just call it like that then. Cool. So it's just 2s. Yeah, Zozin, just use 2s. It's that simple. Like just use that. I don't know. Do I look like a Crystal developer? Like I don't know what that means. I don't know why you have to put hash there. What does it mean? It's like it's not helpful. You think that might be helpful, but it's not. Like, just what's that supposed to mean? Doesn't make any sense. Okay, target now. It literally fails from within undefined method now for time class. Now the real fun begins. The real fun begins. Okay, the fun has ended. I just had a little bit of fun in the kitchen. That's why I said the real fun begins. Yeah. Who suggested CR IRC, by the way? I suggested it. Like this was like the first thing that I found on the internet. Okay, nobody really suggested it except Google. Anyway, so. Okay, so let's actually go somewhere there. Find file at point and 11. Why can't you find time? Why can't you? Okay, so let's actually go here and find time. Do you have time, mate? Do you have time? There is a time. Here it is. Cool. Do you have now? Now. Doesn't have now. Interesting. But how do you know? Takes 1 minute. Measure in time. Current time in UTC. Okay. So maybe it depends on a very old crystal. That could be the case. So what if I replace now with UTC? Now with UTC, so yeah. Break and remove several previously deprecated methods, modules, password, UTC. Okay. Let's replace it to UTC then. That was easy. I really like how I can just like go there and modify this thing and it's gonna work. Alright, so current time in UTC. But maybe you're supposed to use the local one. Right, but because what was now, by the way? Thank you, Danasa, by the way. What was now? Was now a local time or not a local time? That's a good question. Time now. UTC now. It feels like it was local. So the library is... It's is that a global? When was it introduced? When was it introduced? Slow fucking websites. 033. There's 033. Okay, so that means if I go to somewhere 032 0 and take a look at now, it should be there. Creates a new time instance representing the current time from the system clock observed in location, defaults to local time zone. Cool. That means where was this thing? Chan CR. Instead of UTC, we have to use local, right? So to preserve the behavior, right? So this is what we have to use then. So should we submit a pull request? Chat. Should we submit a pull request? But I have a strange feeling that this person is gonna straight up fucking ghost us. Yeah, but that's normal in open source, right? So it's normal. So open source is basically people sending each other pull requests and ignoring each other, right? So yeah, that's pretty much open source, which actually creates a really strange paradox. How the fuck anything gets done in open source then, right? If we're just sending each other like patches and pull requests and just ignore them. So yeah, welcome back, Erhan Kurnas 2000. Hello, hello. Implement it yourself, also person. No, we won't merge it. Yeah, it's actually really strange. Yeah, in open source you implement it yourself, but we're not gonna merge it. So well, you're supposed to make forks of the projects then. All right. So where is that thing? Where is that thing? I'm a little bit sleepy right now, chat. I'm a sleepy Zozin. Yesu. And do they have any issues? Auto connect. Change protocol message to protocol message params. Investigate using fast to handle two large messages of RC. Message should never be modified in the hooks. All right. And also you we definitely want to fix the dependency name. Boom. Okay. By the way, did I clone this thing? Did I clone it already? 2017 and 2016. What should I look at? I don't know what should I look at. I'm sorry. I'm moving too fast. You're too slow. Okay, so third party is here. Okay, I think I fetched everything I wanted to fetch. All right. So let's create time. Fix time. Yeah. Fix time. Let's find the Chan CR, not RC but CR. Was it Chan CR? I'm looking at the wrong thing. Chan CR. I think it was somewhere in protocol. What the fuck do you want from me? Oh. Okay. Excuse me. So this is a wrong Chan. So command protocol. So I already looked at the protocol here. Yeah, there we go. There we go. I'm gonna replace this thing to just local, and here is our fix. So what we're gonna do here, replace time UTC with time By the way, what if it feels like wait. It's already UTC. Where did it download the dependency? where did that download the depend? Okay, so so this is a protocol. Okay. So this is the master .etc. Okay. So in here, I was hoping that it's gonna use the master then. Then run crystal depths install to fetch the leap. This is so goddamn dumb. And I have no idea why am I wasting time on that. Alright, so let's go back to MathBot. And let's remove all of these things here. So I'm removing everything. Yes. Okay, so we have to call crystal depths install, I think. I don't think we have to do that. Crystal depths install. Yeah, it doesn't work anymore. Please use shards. Crystal depths has been removed. Shards. Fetching. Installing. Version 0 doesn't match the tag version 5.0. Okay, so we fetched this thing, we fetched the latest stuff, and I'm gonna go and check the protocol chan and see what the fuck. Why is it installing? Okay, so maybe I have to specify exactly, like, why does it try to like use this version? So there's a shard log, and it says the version 0.50. Does it not? 5.1. Okay. What if I also return, like, remove the log here? Why? So it might be actually do something. I don't fucking know. Yeah. So it also puts the log here. Alright, so maybe I just have to do it like this then. And the latest version is 0.51. It fetches an old release. Sherlock, is that you? Fucking damn it. So listen, it fetches the log, the old release. No shit. Okay, that's so cool. Thank you. What else does it do? Okay, to satisfy the following requirement required by shard failed, unable to satisfy the following requirement. Okay, so it's not available at all. Tags. So there's only that one. Wait! It was never released. I think it was never released. If I go back to the tag 0.50, holy shit! Oh my god! Welcome to open source, motherfuckers, I suppose. It was never released. So to release it, they just need to put a tag here. They did update version 0.51, but they forgot to add the tag. Okay, let's make a cup of tea. Yeah, maybe I can use a master as a version. Maybe I can even specify like the hashes or something like that. But yeah, it's just a little bit disappointing. Just a little bit disappointing. I mean, the developer probably busy with their own stuff, so I can't blame them. So I forget to do shit in my projects all the time, so I definitely don't blame them. It's just like, it's my reaction, like a general reaction to the open source in general. What are they doing these days? Let's actually take a look. What are they up to? Oh, it's a company, so it's not like a with no people. who's developing this thing then? I mean, we can probably take a look at the contributions. I mean, come on. So yeah. So who's the main contributor to this project? It's Nephos. Brony. Haven't seen this kind of pictures in a while. What is this, 2010? So yeah, they developed in Crystal. They actually developed a lot of Crystal dependencies, which is actually super cool. Yeah. So they also, majority of them is forked and stuff like that. Is the account active? Is the account... it's not even active. I think they abandoned their GitHub account, unfortunately. All of the Brony anarchists left GitHub. It is what it is, and it isn't what it isn't. All right, let's continue. I cry every time. Yes. So let's try to do the thing where we can try to do master. So. Maybe we need to read more about shards. Is there like a shard documentation? That would be actually pretty cool. So here's the time. So let's go to Crystal language shards. This is not what I want. So here are the docs. Developer wiki. Shards documentation. Oh, god damn it. Hello, Guan the Third. Welcome to the stream. To be fair, in the log file, okay, let's actually remove that and let it, you know, do the thing. Download it. So we're gonna take a look at the log file. Okay, it accepts like Git. So I'm pretty sure, by the way, you should be able to do the following thing, where instead of version, you can say revision, right? Usually package managers support this kind of stuff. Like instead of version, just do revision. So we're gonna just brute force this thing. Okay, that's very interesting. That didn't work. It literally ignored that thing. So what about revision then? So it didn't even complain about about incorrect field, right? So you see, I used an incorrect field and it didn't even complain about that, which is not a good thing in my opinion for a user experience. It's branch master. Oh, you already found it? Okay, thank you so much. All right. So branch master, and so we're supposed to be using GitHub then. Okay, GitHub. Let's make Mio like this, and let's go. Which is probably kind of dangerous to do, but okay. This mother flipper locked everything, so we'll have to remove all of this one more time. And is it gonna be first try? There we go. It was almost first try. Cool. To be fair. Like master, like using master, in my opinion, is kind of a... Oh shit, okay, that's cool. I was about to say that using master is kind of dangerous. It would be better to use the commit. But log file already resolved that for us, right? It basically picked up the current commit and locked it here, so that's cool. I really like that. So the build is reproducible now. So yeah, we can do it like that then. Epic, second try. I mean, it's first try. There's no second tries for God Kudr. Cheers, by the way. All right. So far so good. We're learning things. This is actually good. Learning things is good. This entire thing compiles, and when we join, I don't think we should join the channel. First of all, right, on Twitch you have to do authentication, right? Authentication. So what we have to do a pass, and I would presume that you have to do it like this, pass. But the question is, how can we find that? So let me try to find def join. It definitely has to be some sort of a, like you know, method definition. Yeah, def join and you provide the channel. So in a similar place, we should have things like pass, def pass. And there is no such thing as def pass unless you provide passwords here. Huh. That's very interesting. Request to join the channel, chance with the passwords, password. So this doesn't really look good. So we have to do that for a particular channel. All right, so let's actually try to grep for specifically for def pass. There's no such thing as pass. Okay, let's try to grep for mentioning pass capitalized. There we go. Init. So initialize the connection with the RC server. So you provide pass, nick, and also user, probably not that important. And you do that at the client. So that means in the main CR, this is where we have to do all of that, right? It's when we do that through NU. When we do that through NU. So network is a network client, and this is probably the parameters that we pass. We need to find the network client definition. Network client definition. Network client definition takes a NIC, IP, port. There we go. So we have literally everything then. And I think this is where we have to put all of these things here. So yeah, so this has to be Mr. Botka, but we'll have to do that slightly differently, right? So this is a port, this is a domain. I really want to like have specific names here just in case. User is gonna be secret Twitch, and if I take a look at the secret JSON nickname, and it has to be 2S, right? IRC server. What's the difference between domain and IRC server? So user, real name. Okay, initialize nick. So we have to have nick. Is there? Okay, so they do, okay, so it starts from here. Nick IP, port, SSL, SSL, and password. This is where we have to have the password. Yeah, pass is gonna be here. Secret Twitch password. Channel, cool. So I think this is how we're gonna do that, right? And that will automatically authenticate, hopefully. That's not an IP address. I mean, tell that to any Minecraft player. Because they literally call the host or domain IP address all the time. I was triggered because of that for so long. I actually became numb to that. So every time Minecraft players call it IP, I just like, yeah, whatever. It's IP, sure. Nobody cares anyway. Hello, some random 49, some random dev 49. Welcome to the show. Is this some Minecraft peasant joke? I don't understand. Yes. The thing about the Minecraft is that the servers, you can connect to servers, right? And usually servers have names. They have domain names like websites, but everyone calls them IP addresses, right? So you can join a particular Minecraft server, you have to just type its name, domain name, and literally fucking everyone calls them IP addresses. It's not an IP address, but nobody gives a shit. And they're not technical people to give a shit about that. So I do understand their perspective, so whatever. All right, so what do we got? So on Ready, we just have to join a particular channel, and we're just joining the channel, and we don't even have to do that. So on ping, oh yeah, this one is actually quite important. So on ping, we always have to return pong, server pong, and then it's gonna be just end. So we basically have just callbacks here. My IP is mshypixel.net. Yeah, exactly. I open browser and ipgoogle.com. But the language works slightly differently, right? If majority of people say a thing in a particular way, it is the way you have to say that thing, right? So majority of people agree that in the context of Minecraft, these kind of addresses are called IP addresses, and there's nothing you can do about that, literally, because majority just, you know, you cannot change the minds of the majority of people that easily. So yeah. Language is like difficult to control, but maybe it's not even necessary to do that. Like people just say things the way they want to say it. All right, so that was good. That looks like a proper boat. And let me try to compile this entire thing and even maybe run it. Shards, build. Anyone seen Boomer's manually type in a Google domain and then search even in a modern browser? I do understand them because it's probably reflexes, right? Because they probably been around before browsers had this default. So, how much did you get it from for IP address? Yeah. So, I think we're ready to start this entire shite. So it's gonna be bin methbot, and it will fail because you didn't provide a configuration file. Let me double check. Well, I mean, yeah. All right, secret JSON and login authentication failed. Perfect. Yes, absolutely perfect. That means we're doing everything correctly. So the only reason why it's failed is because it's not my address. This shed is not my password and not my address or anything like that. So let me check something. I'm gonna actually make my face a little bit bigger. So you'll have to enjoy my big face for quite some time while I'm doing a very scary shed that you're not supposed to be looking at. Okay. So, all right. So we have some interesting things. All right. So this is like that. And this is like that, I think. No. Yes. Yeah, this is really dumb, but it is what it is. It's just easier to do it this way. Okay. You can look now. So essentially I renamed a nickname to account and password to token, and password actually is not supposed to have OOs. And now we should actually change some of the behavior here. So in case of this thing, it has to be an account, and in case of that, it has to be a token. Living on the edge. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Okay. So, and it's gonna be OAuth. This is how we're gonna do that. I absolutely love string interpolation. I think it's a very useful feature. Okay. So let me try to run this entire thing and see login and authentication failed. This is exactly what I wanted to see. And now let me try to run it for my actual thing, secret JSON here, which has the proper password, and it's login authentication failed because I have expired token. So let me quickly fix that one more time. I'm sorry. Proper password. Yes, I know. It's very funny. It's a very funny joke. Okay. So it's gonna take a little bit of time. Please be patient. Okay. Please be patient. It's gonna take a little bit of time. Looks good. Not first try, almost first try, almost first try. Okay. Is it gonna work? Cool. So, if I take a look at that, that looks correct. Let me now copy that to the streamer man. I'm gonna also put it like this. Okay. Okay. And I think we did the thing. Is it gonna work now? I hope I didn't leak anything. Missing hash channel. Oh, okay. All right, that's totally fine. So it didn't really leak anything like very significant or anything like that. So I'm gonna go back. So essentially, it really doesn't have a channel here. So we'll have to hardcode it for now. I'm gonna hardcode it to Dzozin. Right. So I'm hardcoding it to Dzozin, and I actually so it still waits. So we're gonna rebuild this entire thing. It's gonna be shards build, and we're gonna try to run it. So far so good. So far so good. And there we go. Try to say hello. And you are on the screen. We did it, chat. We did it. Successfully connected using the magic of crystal. Yes. I really like the sound. All right. Hello, 1 lives left. Yeah, we're just exploring crystal. I'm like using this language for the first time in my entire life. I know nothing about it, but I heard that it's like one of the statically typed compiled languages, and I am a big fan of statically typed compiled languages as an opposite of dynamically typed interpreted languages. So I definitely wanted to check it out. So far it's pretty interesting. And what I'm doing, I'm just developing a bot, like a simple bot, Twitch chat bot. Nothing special. What the fuck is this message burst raptor? Oh yeah, so our bot is called MathBot. The reason it's called MathBot is because it's implemented in Crystal. So we do not endorse any like hard drugs or anything like that. It's a joke, okay? So yeah, it's a joke. All right, we do not endorse like this kind of shit. All right. Let's continue. So we also need to make the bot react to different things. Like on private message, we want to actually say something, right? If you say hello, okay, that's actually very interesting. So you can have regular expressions right in the message here. Well, I mean, we're just using library for that, but yeah. And you can also have a documentation ping. All right, so we have a message, arguments, if arguments, bot reply, message pong. If chan. That is very interesting. Okay, let's actually try to do this thing then. So it's gonna be on privmsg, right? On privmsg do, and you get the message here, right? So this is basically a callback. Chan message arguments if you have message arguments. If you don't have a message arguments, don't do anything, and reply to that message. Oh, this is actually very interesting. This is like a similar pattern that I developed in my bots, right? You can reply to a message, right? So essentially this method takes the sender of that message and replies to that sender or whatnot, or maybe to that channel. Did you ever work with SNP network administration projects? No, I know nothing about computers, so no, seriously. I'm sorry. Okay, so it's gonna be Pong, and then we can extract nick msg source. So, but the problem is that is someone trying to hire you? Yeah, it's kind of strange. Like recently, people are trying to hire me more and more right on the stream. You know, like right in the chat instead of being, you know, I don't know, responsible people and doing that through an email or something like that. It's so weird. But yeah, if chan, right? If you do have a channel. All right, so that's really interesting. And then we can have a message that actually matches this specific regular expression. And I'm not sure if we need to have docs, but I'm just gonna have a message here, ping. How I'm gonna call it? Let's call it gnip. So it's ping, but the other way around. And pong is gonna be pong gnop. Okay. So you'll have to do gnip, and then it will tell you gnop. And this is how we will know that we received that from that specific bot, because we already have two bots running. So the first bot is here, the second one is here. Okay, so that should work. Let's see if it's gonna work or not. So let's try to compile this entire thing and run it. Of course, gnip, gnop. Yeah. Okay, so the message has to be like this. Oh, it even highlights everything correctly. Do you have experience in Pascal? We're developing an interesting project in this glorious language. DM me if you're interested in it. Yes, I am interested in it. Okay, I'm gonna DM you right after the stream. Thank you so much. I'm a big fan of Pascal, right, so yeah. Okay. Extract nick. Why I couldn't extract nick? Target method failed to compile. Is that because it's somewhere here? Extract nick. Oh, and extract nick is okay. Alright. Does it have to be like that? Let's actually don't do that. Let's do message source and see what's gonna happen. Let's see what's gonna happen. Waits for a the job offer. Yeah, we'll see. Gnip. How about gnip? Gnip. And yeah, so essentially it actually gives you the whole address here. Yeah, so that's why you need to extract that nickname. Okay, it seems to be working. Working. So we can just actually do it slightly differently here. So I'm gonna just remove it and restart it. Okay, so yeah, it works, and we already can have like a more or less reasonable bot in here. I really like that. Not gonna lie. So you know what that means? You know what that means, chat? Where is the repo that we're using? Do you have it open? It deserves a star. So if anyone wants to use this library, because we're using library, right? So if anyone wants to use this library, so here it is. Just don't forget to use this library in the following way. Just use branch master, because they forgot to release the latest version, right? So otherwise it's not gonna work. All right. So I think I want to commit all of that. So let's do git ignore, and I'm gonna ignore all of this stuff. I'm gonna ignore bin and lib, bin and lib. So then, yeah, I mean, I use this library. It works. It has some quirks. It's a little bit abandoned, right? But nothing too critical, right? A little bit abandoned, but nothing too critical. Does its job. Good library. Deserves a star. Yeah. So there's also documentation available through Travis. Let's take a look. Yes. Oh, apparently it looks exactly like documentation on the official Crystal website, which means that it's some sort of like a generator, which is nice. So you have messages. So you have arguments. You have a message itself. So we can probably use that. That's really nice. That's really nice. Okay, and I also want to ignore any JSON files within the folder, just in case like somebody accidentally commits their secret. Let's actually write a simple README. So I already released under MIT. Cool. And let's do a README. Do I really want to keep calling this bot a math bot? I think if we're gonna actually upload it somewhere, we need to have a little bit more appropriate name. Yeah, the dog gen is actually pretty awesome in Crystal. Can you make a documentation generator in Crystal? I mean, it's already written like that. Menthol bot, Walter bot. This is actually a pretty good name. We're gonna call it Walter bot. Yeah, I really like that. So okay. Meth. Let's actually do grep rn meth and find all of the places where we call it meth bot. So here's the first one. Oh, it's inside of the dependencies here. Look at that. The internet didn't die. Otherwise I wouldn't be able to see those Fs. The internet didn't die. Twitch, what are you doing, Twitch? It was a joke. Bam, didn't refresh. Don't refresh. Okay, so Walterbot. Okay. Walterbot. Bot is pissed it's not called Heisenbot. Which one is better actually, Walterbot or Heisenbot? Like the thing about Heisenbot is that actually there's like another concept called Heisenbug, right? So it's actually double reference. It's a reference to Breaking Bad and also to some software development meme. So I think it's a little bit like it has more meme potential, if you know what I mean. Yeah, I think Heisenbot is a little bit better. Okay. Heisenbot. Did I call it correctly? Yeah, Heisenbot. This is how I'm gonna call it. Grep. Walter. Okay. Heisenbot. Walter. Heisenbot. Cool. So let's try to do a shards build. If you know what I mean. Yeah, very fun. If you know what I mean. Cool. Heisenbot. Just a small, simple bot to try out Crystal programming language. Right, Crystal programming language. And let's go to the official website of the Crystal programming language. Okay, so, and we're gonna have a quick start. Okay, quick start. So first of all, install Crystal, right? So this is very important. So install, and you can have some options here, right? So, and then the next thing you have to do, it's not a build, it's a console, right? You have to do shards build, and then you have to do build. It's actually bin Hazenbot secret JSON. This is how you have to do that. Then we're gonna have another section, secret JSON format, and it's actually pretty straightforward. So here's a secret JSON. And it's gonna be a JSON. Yeah, channel. Yeah, we don't have a channel, so you only can have an account here, right? So you have to specify only an account and the token, right? So that's basically the format. That's basically the format. Obscurity, yeah. Yes, cool. So that's everything I wanted to do. Now let's do git init. And commit everything. I'm gonna also commit shards lock. I think it's quite important. Ready, set, go. It only connects to my channel though. Yes, of course, because it's not finished. So yeah. What did you expect from a not finished bot? I literally developed it in 2 hours. What did you expect? Well, I do appreciate such high expectations though, but still. Hazenbot. And on top of that, it's actually throwaway bot. I'm just playing with it. So it's Hazenbot like this, and it's gonna be a public, and let's create a repo. Throw away, yes. This kind of bot. Alrighty, so let me create a remote. Add a remote origin, and it's going to be URL, and this is going to be the default one. And we're about to push that right into the repo. Chat, are you ready? Are you ready? I'm gonna push it right into the repo. There we go. It's been pushed. Holy shit. There we go. You can find it here. Give it a star. Like it. Subscribe. Retweet it. So yeah, this is basically what we have so far, right? Pretty cool. So far, I don't see anything super critical about Crystal programming language, like critical flaws or anything. It's just very pleasant language. Like, yeah, I could probably program in it something commercial, or yeah, why not? It's pretty cool. Yes. So what's gonna be the next thing? So maybe the bot should have some sort of like a persistence layer, some sort of a database where it stores the messages and whatnot. Do IOC 2018 in Crystal? Are you expecting me to do it in 3 hours? This is a really strange suggestion. Like, I want to kind of continue like developing the rest of the bot and just implement more interesting features. So the feature that we can implement actually, we can implement WTTR client, but in the bot itself, right? So can I have several prev mcgs here? Oh, I can actually. I can. So on prev mcg I can do that. Then even further I can do on message something like weather, right? We can do something like that. You can even have a match in here. That's actually very convenient. So you can do just match. Nice. Yeah. Oh, what's up on the bot? Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Bot reply to the message. Weather is not implemented. And we need some sort of a rage emoji to indicate all of that. So here's the rage emoji. I'm gonna also copy paste it somewhere here. And there we go. So weather is not implemented. Weather is not implemented. All right. So let's try to do that. Ah, this is not what I wanted. I actually wanted to rebuild everything and start. Hello, hello. Okay, so yep, let's try to do weather. And it didn't work. Nice. I suppose maybe because it needs something like this. Nice bot, by the way. What about Gnip? Gnip Gnop. Okay, Gnip Gnop works, which is actually super nice. Now we need to understand why exactly this kind of stuff won't work. So it has a help. I don't see any problems, to be fair. Reply MCG. Oh! I don't know. It's very strange. Maybe it's a bug in the implementation, because they definitely forgot to put like prefmcg, but I'm not sure if it was intentional or not. So it would make sense to me if like all of these cases had this prefmcg, but it's really strange. Okay, so I'm gonna just assume that maybe that's what needed to be here, and if the examples are broken, it's actually kind of bad. Maybe we have an opportunity to submit a pull request. Finally. You know what I mean? Finally a pull request? That'll be cool. Alright, so it's gonna be Gnip. So let's check out Gnip. And what about weather? And weather still doesn't work. Still doesn't work. Okay. What if I remove Gnip? Will it work? Let's just remove that. Why is it called HazingBot? Because it's written in Crystal, and MathBot was not really appropriate for my liking to put it like public. So, does it make sense? Because yeah, it's kind of strange if I put like MathBot and yeah. What's up, Tomato Pasta? Welcome to the stream. So instead, what we decided to do, we decided to have some sort of like a Breaking Bad reference instead of calling it MathBot. So, makes sense? On top of that, it's not only Breaking Bad reference, but also a reference to a programming meme called Hazenbug, right? So it's like a double reference. So it's a pretty good name, I think. It's a pretty good alternative to MathBot. Okay, what the fuck? So that means the problem is not with the message, but rather with my... I don't know what's the problem here. Maybe because of this? What if I copy-paste this entire stuff? Right. And so we're gonna do that if we do have a channel. This is really strange. What am I missing? Am I editing wrong file again? Am I editing the wrong file again? Isn't it extra space? Well, I mean, there is a star here, first of all, and second of all, there's also space here as well. Star will kind of like negate that space, I think. Let's try Gnip. Okay, it's an old bot. What the hell is going on? It responds to Gnip even... Am I doing something... This is already second time. I think I'm getting old. Okay, this time. What is it this time? Is it because of like a wrong inode or something? Is that what's going on? Okay, let's remove bin and this shit, and let's just try to do shards build. So we're gonna download all of the dependencies one more time, just in case, right? So that created a new bin. And then I'm gonna do what? It's a Heisenberg, right? It's a Heisenberg. And I'm gonna go to this software term conditions secret JSON. Let's actually do that from the compilation part. And please tell me that you're gonna work this time. Please tell me. Weather, Hertz and Potts, welcome. Okay, finally it works. I have no idea what the fuck was that, but finally it works and tells us that, you know, this thing is not implemented yet. So that means I can probably try to do this thing, right? So let's actually try to kill the bot. I killed the bot, and then I'm gonna do shards build one more time, and then hopefully it actually builds it. Hopefully it actually builds it. Then I can try to do gnip. And it was gnop, so it does gnop, both gnop and weather. Okay, that's cool. Alrighty, so the next thing, we need to learn how to do HTTP requests. Does anyone know how to do HTTP requests? Oh, by the way, I forgot to update my project here. So we're checking out the programming language. Okay. Update CMD project, and let's put it here. Source code, and it's gonna be available right here. So there's a client here. Okay, so let's take a look. Okay. All right. So I can just do get, right, plus parameters. Cool. So the first thing we need to do HTTP client. So here's the HTTP client. And on top of that, maybe I'm gonna also include HTTP because I don't want to do, well, I also have a client here, so yeah. So, and this is where we're gonna do all of this. W, TTR. So let me actually go to my ADA example, ADA probe, and steal some stuff from there. MM2PL, hello, welcome to the stream. How do you like Crystal, by the way? Have you heard about this language? It's actually a very interesting language. Not gonna lie. So this is what we have to do here. Alright, so we're gonna just go to that one. And we're gonna do that for Novosibirsk for now. And format is gonna be 4. And that should give us the response. And I suppose we also have to body IO gets. So that's what we have to do here. So it gives us a response. Can I do something like now let's put it like this: response body IO gets, and we're gonna do bot reply message. Cool. So yeah, we're gonna perform like a request and then reply with the response. Location exposed. God damn, unbelievable. This define and assign thing is so bad. Maybe it is. No overload matches with type protocol target string nil. Overloads are... What are you talking about, dude? Excuse me? What do you want from me? I don't understand. It doesn't even complain about my code. Doesn't even complain about my code. I'm pretty sure I did some sort of like a major fucky-wacky, and I literally don't see where exactly it happened. Okay. Okay, what if I just don't do anything here? Will it compile them? It's a maybe. Gets string or null. Oh, maybe. Alright, so yeah, that means I have to check for it. Oh yeah, nullable references. Okay, let's go back to the language reference guide. We don't need that. We don't need that. We don't need that. Modules. Nullable. Getting started. I remember they were talking about this. Syntax and semantic. Oh, they were talking about that in the official website. Okay, so let's actually go somewhere there. $1 million mistake. $1 million mistake prevented. Okay, null reference checking. Okay, all types are non-nullable in Crystal. Okay. Error undefined method upcase for nil. Okay, but how do? Nice. But do I? Does it have like automatic casting or something like that when I check for nil? Okay, Crystal check for nil. So var nil. Okay, so this is how we do that. Nice. Body gets if body nil. Can I do not nil? Then I'm gonna just do bot reply body, and that should work hopefully. And it automatically deref it. I think that's the case. Alright, undefined method not for top level. Did you mean? Yeah, I did mean that. Okay, so it does expect me to do. That's a really strange syntax, like, right? So we have not, and also have like a predicate with a question mark. This looks a little bit silly to me. But okay. I guess it's gonna work. And oh, I can use unless. Yeah, that's actually a good point. I could probably use unless. So weather, and it crashed. So in a spawn unhandled exception cannot be nil assertion, and all right, unless body nil, do that. Oh, we can even probably do it even cooler than that. Unless body nil. Can we do it like that? I think we should be able to do that. Yeah, just do that unless body.nil. It kind of messes with my brain, but I think it does make sense. Alright, let's try that. It doesn't really return anything. Did I really fuck it up? Just a second. Seems okay, but maybe this is because of HTTPS. So let's try to do that without HTTPS, because maybe their HTTP library cannot do HTTPS, and that's why the response was nil. So let's restart it. No. So it just doesn't work. Okay, maybe I just need to look into the examples of how to use it, because that's really strange. Okay, where is HTTP? You got body, lines, streaming. So this is a streaming, so maybe I shouldn't use body IO. Reusing connection. I guess I just need to do body instead, right? So let's actually try to do body. And because of that, maybe I can just do response body. It's really strange. So get param status code, streaming with the block response body is returned in response body available as IO by invoking that. Okay. So that dot body. I just need a regular body. Oh my god, how can I find... Okay, is it self body? It's not very convenient to look up. Okay. Hello Ronak, welcome to the stream. I'm a little bit disappointed and demotivated, but I think we'll be able to get through that. And it failed miserably. Excuse me, what the hell has happened? It closed the connection. Did I get banned already? What the fuck has happened? Are my other bots... Nice. What is going on? Alright, so if I just do something like this, reply not implemented. I wish it would at least tell me what exactly is going on. Otherwise it's just kind of like sad. Okay, so it doesn't work anymore. It literally doesn't work anymore. Oh, it does work now. It may not be necessarily a language fault, by the way. It could be something with Twitch. I should name it Hazenbot. Yes. Should have not named it. Oh my god. Tsodin Gnip. Thank you. Thank you, Tsodin Gnip, for 300 bits. Holy shit. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for supporting the channel. Alright. So let me see. What if I just try to do it like that then? Right, so I'm gonna just do that, and that means I'll have to separately first compile it. Right, so it has to be just compiled like that. What happened to Ada project? There are no stream scheduled. Well, that's intentional because I was just looking into add Ada to see if I like it or not. So it was just a one-off stream essentially. So yeah, you must be new to this channel, right? Because sometimes we just look at the technology and just forget about it. So yeah. Okay, let's try to run it. So what about weather? Weather. All right, it worked. Look at that. It actually worked. That's pretty pogue. That's pretty pogue. First try, yeah, pretty much first try. So, so let's see what we're gonna have here. The next thing I want to do actually is accept the parameters from the user, right? Accept the parameters from the user. And I wonder what is the easiest way to do that? We can try to actually capture them here somewhere, right? Something like that, right? But before we can even do that, I want to just log the match and see what is available for us in the match, because I would presume that the parameters of the command are going to be available just like right here. All right, so let's just try to reveal this entire thing. Code injection spoggers. I don't think it works this way, but we'll see. We'll see. Code injection is fun, because this is not a dynamic language, right? So you shouldn't be able to just inject the code like that. Come on. All right, weather. Let's take a look at the weather. And if I try to do weather with a parameter, it does give us, okay, so 0 element is equal to the whole thing, and the first element is equal to that. So that means that if we have a match by doing something like 1, it will give us the actual parameter here. It will give us the actual parameter. Okay, so the next thing we can probably try is perform the request for that parameter like this, right? It's going to be something like match 1, but we also want to encode, URL encode this entire thing. Encode. How do you encode it? So params encoded. Not really. How can I just encode something? Sodding Gimp, thank you so much for gifting the sub, 8 tier 1 sub. Thank you, and everyone who's got the sub, welcome to our epic Gnip club. Thank you, Dr. Vim, Salvun CNS, Ptolemaic, Mekar, That Noob, Netflix, and HGO555, Oisan. Welcome, enjoy your epic emotes. By the way, we have a shit ton of emotes. We actually draw them recently. Look at them. It's actually pretty cool emotes. So, and if you also want this kind of emotes, you can just subscribe. So yeah, thank you so much. And we're gonna have more in the future, by the way. We keep drawing them. Yeah, new emotes are actually pretty cool. I didn't expect them to turn out that well. Probably because the base of that emote was actually quite good. Yeah, it's the best emote because you actually made it. Thank you, by the way, so much for making it. It's actually pretty cool emote. Yeah, URL encode. Params encode. How do we do encode? New encoded. All right. So, Crystal URL encode. Class URI. Okay, it does have a class URI. And that should be possible to just encode it. Alright, this is what I want. Space to plus. So do I have to include anything? So it's available in URI, that means I should be able to just do that. URI encode, and let's try to rerun this. This is not really what I wanted, so I wanted to first compile this entire thing. Okay, so match 1 could be nil, by the way. I wonder if we can do something like this, unless this thing is nil. Do that. Can we do that? Will that work? Alright, so can I just do this kind of thing? Maybe I can. Undefined. Oh shit, this is not how you access the arrays, do you? How do you access the arrays in match? Could be, oh, match itself could be nil. I see. So I see what it means. Alright, so let's remove that. The location, one more time. I just want to take a look at the compilation errors. I'm not sure. Oh, thank you, Sodding Gimp, for...
Don't mean I'm just trying to find a proper combination of gifts and bits to exhaust my ritual. Pipega, sorry for not disturbances.
Okay, sure, I'm not sure what that means, but thank you for the bits. As long as it gives me something, I'm okay with that. Thank you so much. Alright, so undefined method for nil. Alright, so that means that here we have to do something like this. Right, unless match new. Gonna do like that. Will that work? Will that work? About to find out. I think it's gonna work because it takes extra time to compile that. The compilation times are actually horrible. So yeah. All right. So what about weather? Weather Novosibirsk. Weather your mom. And yeah, your mom is plus 28. Okay. So weather, I don't know. So yeah, just try it out. Just try it out because it's available for anyone. I suppose it works. I'm pretty sure. All right. So I'm pretty sure my IP is going to be banned by that website for exhausting their rate limits or something like that. But it works, yeah, and it's written in Crystal, so that's pretty cool. Alright, so that's pretty pogue. I removed the. I actually killed the bot. I'm sorry. So yeah, let's actually commit what we have here. Implement weather command. Implement weather command, and let's just push that right into the repo. So you can find the source code of this thing here, right? So it's available at Hazenbot. And yeah, what else should we implement here for this bot? What else should we implement? So we have a weather. Maybe we should have like a database of the commands in general, right? It would be nice to have implement betting. How do you implement betting? So what's the protocol for betting? I don't really understand. Or is it something MongoDB? I don't understand, to be fair. I don't quite understand. Fourth bot iteration. I guess maybe it is fourth. Bet first try, yes, no. Okay, and then who resolves the bet? Who resolves the bet? The Mr. Streamer or somebody else? I don't quite know. You. The bet starter, I guess. Okay, and everyone else bets. Copper casted. Or casted. Thank you. Thank you so much for. Thank you so much for 17 months of tier 1 subscription. Thank you, and welcome to our epic Crystal Club. All right. Try instance method. I don't know what that is, but okay. I have an idea. We can implement the we can implement the dual. How about that? You know, the thing that like PyBot has. So essentially, you would be able to dual someone, and that someone can either accept the dual or reject the dual, right? And if they accept the dual, a dice is rolled, and the bot basically says who won, right? So it's just like literally 50-50. You can duel someone, right? And it's gonna be if you accept, and yeah, it's gonna be just like a dice roll, something like that. Chat will turn in shit, but that's the point. Is it not? I think that's the point. All right. So the reason why I want to do that is because it's kind of fun. It's a kind of fun command. But on top of that, it's super easy to implement. Right? You see what I mean? It's just quite easy to implement. And yeah, the name has to actually exist. Right, the name has to actually exist, and we'll see how it goes. Maybe for the name to exist, we'll have to do like some interesting shenanigans. Yeah, we'll probably have to first resolve the name into ID, And if we can do that, then the user exists. So we're going to track the user by their ID. Yeah, so that probably has an extra stuff. So because of that, first we're going to implement a different command. We're going to implement priv mcg ID. So essentially what this thing will do, it will take a nickname and it will give you the ID of that user. So there's nothing leaking here because the ID is a public information anyway, right? So yeah, essentially we're going to implement this command, and then the implementation of that command is going to be reused then for dueling, because in dueling we need to keep track of the user by their ID. Make sense? All right. So, and once this command is implemented, you will be able to show off your ID. So the user with the biggest ID is the coolest one, or maybe with the smallest one, because if you have a small ID, you probably signed up to Twitch like earlier than anyone else, right? So it's going to be like an ID measurement competition. Everyone likes this one. All right. So what do we have? Unless match is nil, we're gonna have something like name match1, and this is where we want to try to resolve the name. Twitch ID by name, and we just provide the name. Might as well actually yeah. So this is the ID. There we go. And we're gonna just do bot reply message. For now, I think I'm gonna just do puts in case it's something dangerous. All right, and we just need to implement this function. So how are we gonna implement that? Small ID problem. Haha. Can I do something like this? How do I actually specify the types for the procedures and whatnot? Literal common structure, control, types and methods. Okay, let's take a look. Everything is an object. Okay. Show me an example. The program. Okay, so here's a number, but how can I say that I want this thing to be of a very specific type, or does it rely completely on the type inference? It feels like it completely relies on type inference, which is sometimes not ideal in my opinion, because I like the types as a documentation. Yeah, there we go. So it's probably done. Yeah, this is how we do that. All right, so I'm gonna assume that this is how we have to do that. And the ID is gonna be also a string, right? The ID is also gonna be string in our case. All right, so we'll have to query Twitch API. And it's gonna be fun, chat. Trust me, because we also have to do authentication. We'll have to do authentication somehow. Okay, are you ready to dive into Twitch documentation? Twitch REST API reference. Okay, so before we're gonna continue, I think I want to make a small break. So let me quickly do that. It's gonna be small break, 3 minutes. 1 minute. And yeah, so let's make a small break, and you guys have fun. Yo, what's up, Epic Gamers? Welcome back. Excuse me. For some reason... Oh, my keyboard has died. Nice. Or did it? I'm not sure. Yes, it did. Nice. I really love when my keyboard dies. Do the pop. I should actually, like, demand donations for making pop, you know? If you're good at something, don't do it for free, am I right? Nice keyboard, yeah, I know, thank you. I think I kinda know what's going on here. Yep. Okay. So what was that Twitch API reference? Let's go there. So there's a very scuffed API to get ID of the user, right? So get, I think it's get banned users. Yes, this is really relevant for us. Get users, yeah. So essentially you can like get the users in like batches, right? So that's how we do that. So you do users and you use login. Yes, a user login name. So we can have multiple logins. And that's how it's gonna work. So this is the parameter, right? So this is the parameter. That. Oh, and by the way, I think we have to do that before the secret, right? Because we're gonna use the secret here. Imagine using official APIs. I mean, I'm a normie. What am I supposed to use? What am I supposed to use instead? So it's gonna be a login. Login. URI encode name. We're gonna URI encode it just in case. You're implementing DFS, you're doing something interesting. You can query the executor's ID, but not the targets. What do you mean? Can you just get users from... Oh, yeah, I see. So I was actually out of the context of the conversation. Yeah, it's true. So the Twitch actually sends you your ID, right? The ID of the sender, right? But we have to actually point at somebody. No, you didn't confuse me. I just needed to like scroll up a little bit to just understand. Yeah. Okay. Right. So that's very interesting. So we will have to do that, but on top of that, we also need some sort of authentication. Pointing at chat. So, and I need to go to the documentation of Crystal to learn how to do authentication in HTTP client. Let me see. So you can have parameters here, and I suppose these parameters will become headers. Parameters can be encoded. Oh, you can encode them like that. This is not necessarily what I want to have. Headers. How do I define headers? All right. So you can specify the headers. What about .get? Okay, you can just have them here. And for the headers, right, they can be missing. What's the documentation? Are these additional headers? This is how we do that. Get headers, user agent, awesome app, and you can also specify the body. This is actually straightforward. I like that. So is HTTP client, and I guess we'll have to do it like that. And then we're gonna have headers. Or maybe we don't have to do it like that. I think we can just make it a little bit easier for ourselves by doing it like that. But that has to be a comma. Yeah, there we go. So, auth token requirements. Yeah. So we'll have to satisfy them. We'll definitely have to satisfy them. They're kind of annoying, not gonna lie. They're really annoying. But I can understand Twitch as well, because as Twitch becomes more and more popular, people start to abuse their API more and more, so they have to make their API more and more annoying to work with to prevent users from abusing it. Which is a really dumb wording, but I mean, that's basically what it is, right? So, Earl Grey. Yesu. Okay, I'm gonna quickly go to the kitchen and pour myself some hot water. I'm gonna be back soon. Mods. All right. Cool. Now, so we'll need to specify them like this. So it has to be what? Authorization. Right, authorization, and we have to have like this bearer. All right, so let me actually copy paste this stuff. I like copy pasting my code. And the value is gonna be bearer. And we're gonna use secret Twitch token, and we're gonna convert it to as. Cool. So next thing is gonna be client ID. We'll have to specify client ID. Do we need to ban somebody? Okay, we don't have to ban anyone. Client ID. So, and the client ID is going to be just the client ID within the credentials. Let me check if I already have a client ID in my official credentials, like official production credentials, because I'm using my production credentials of the KGBotCon, right? So that's what I'm doing. So it's going to be a secret JSON, and yeah, I do have it, so I don't have to even worry about that. Naizu, and there we go. Client ID is gonna be something like secret Twitch client ID to S. IntelliJ ID is not responding. Classic. Cool. So this is what we have here. And that should give me the response. And how are we gonna actually do that? 2S, yes, very funny. Funny joke. And let's return a response body. So Twitch ID by name, and we're gonna just print this thing every time you're gonna try to query somebody. And we're gonna take a look at what's gonna be the response. So response is gonna be just data, right? Which means that we'll have to parse that data. Alright, so let's actually go a little bit further and just parse this entire thing, right? So we're parsing the data. So, so this is not a response. This is something else, but we'll have to do then data, then... Oh, this one is interesting because it could be... Oof. Is this JavaScript? Yes, it is JavaScript. It does feel like JavaScript sometimes. Yeah. But it's statically typed and compiled, at least. So, which makes it already better than JavaScript, am I right? Because statically typed compiled languages are objectively, and if you think otherwise, you're wrong, by the way, better than dynamically typed interpreted languages. So yeah, if you just don't agree, I'm sorry, you're just wrong. You're just wrong. Okay, data. 0. And we're gonna take ID, I suppose. I wonder if it's gonna work. But can Crystal parse JSON at compile time and generate code from that? I think it can, because it has, well, JS is true. Okay, on both one, yes. JS is actually compiled. I mean, but it's not like statically typed though. But if you have something like TypeScript, you essentially have statically typed compiled language. Yeah, JIT. It's JIT compiled. So TypeScript for Node.js is technically statically typed compiled language, if you think about that. And that's an interesting way of looking at it. Okay, sure. Why not? Yes, that's statically typed compiled language. What do you want? Right? So static typing, check. Compiled? Well, Node.js JIT compiled. So there we go. Is it compiled? What the fuck? Well, Node.js like does JIT compilation. That's why, by the way, JavaScript is so fast, and this is why it is used everywhere. So yeah, because Node.js like V8 specifically is, I guess, fastest JavaScript implementation. Well, it's faster than it would have been if it was not JIT compiled. So it's actually faster than Python, like official implementation of Python that is not JIT compiled. But yeah, so everything is relative, okay? So like, I mean, whatever. Not as fast as Java though. Yeah, probably. All right, so let's actually try to do this thing and see if it's gonna work or not. So I'm gonna do shards, and it doesn't even compile. Fail to compile. Space required before colon in type restrictions. Okay. This is really strange. Okay, I can add in space, but the fact that you know that space is required exactly here means that you can handle it without the space there. Right? You see what I mean? It can handle the situation when there's no space in front of a colon. If you can handle, otherwise it won't be able to print that message in the first place, right? So it can handle that situation. Since it can handle that situation, why the fuck not allow to not put the space there? Like, I see, it cannot because it doesn't, okay, so yeah, so there's something, I see. Because you can have things like nil, like that, right? So it's because of the tokenization, I see. I see, that's a good point. That's a good point. I think it's sort of like a, yeah, it's kind of like imposed by Ruby, because Ruby can do that. Okay, it's kind of strange. Anyway, sure, why not? Define local variable match, so 42. Is Crystal compiled Ruby? Yes, it is. It's literally the whole promise of the language, believe it or not. Is heavily inspired by Ruby, so it feels natural to read in easy. Well, I mean, that's, you can argue about that. And has the added benefit, yeah. So the whole premise of this entire thing is that it's has a syntax of Ruby, but at the same time it's a statically typed compiled language, and it's compiled to native code. So yeah, that's what it is. It's literally compiled Ruby, but it's not compatible with Ruby though. It does have GC. It does have GC as far as I know. But I wonder if we can actually disable it or control it somehow. So if you take a look at the documentation, they do have a module called GC, I think. I think I saw it. Yeah, they do have a module GC, and you can disable it. Okay, that's very interesting. So you can disable the GC. Do they have malloc? Wait a second. Malloc? Oh shit. Yeah, you can just disable the GC and just malloc shed yourself, sure. Suck full time pug, yeah, exactly. Oh shit, you can even have pointers. You have like pointer, void. Yeah, who needs seed? Am I right? A tapped pointer to some memory. Nizu. So yeah, it does have GC, but you can disable it. But as usual, make it super fast by disabling GC. Well, maybe. So as usual with these kind of languages, it's kind of funny how all of these languages like take the pride in we have GC, but you can always disable it. You can always disable it. But at the same time, all of the freaking libraries for those languages are designed with expectations of GC being turned on. Fucking all of them, which makes disabling GC kind of pointless, right? So what? You can disable GC. Nobody gives a shit about that. It's same with dlang, exactly. So it's just all right. You can disable GC to crash fast. Don't use libraries, yeah. Anyways. What I was doing, it was complaining about something. Secret is not defined, but it actually is. Here it is. Here it's being flipping defined. And you telling me that it's not defined. Oh, this is maybe because it has to be, okay. I mean, I can try to actually pass it here, sure. It's from a different scope and whatnot. Alright, and here this thing expects you to pass the secret. So, and hopefully that will work. That will twerk. Define local variable response or method response for top 18. So what do you want from me? So response, it doesn't like me using response body. And define local variable or method response for top level. Ooh, boy, oh boy. Maybe you can disable GC to not interfere with benchmarking segments and then enable it again after benchmarking is done. Probably. Rios. Oh, I see. I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much, chat. Okay. So, method must return string, but it's returning JSON any. Aha, 2s. Returning any, 2s. Nice. It's compiling. 2s, yes. Do I use client ID correctly? I think I do use client ID correctly. All right. So let's do that. ID sorting. Okay, it actually returned ID. ID, your mom. No. Your mom probably exists. Let's actually do something like this. Yeah, so it actually, you know, returns you like out of bound. And if I try to do ping, will it respond after that? It's actually not ping, gnip. Gnip. Okay, so it can handle the exceptions. Nice. All right, so what we have to do here is I think we have to return this thing as nullable. Right. We have to return it as nullable. How do you return nullable? Maybe we can do something about that. I'm just thinking. String or nil? Yeah, string or nil, but yeah. All right. So I'm gonna do it like this. So here's the data, right? Here's the data. And the data may also return something strange, right? So data if length. Data size greater than 0. Return nil. Otherwise, we're gonna return data 0 ID 2s. Will that work? This is not what I wanted. I wanted to rebuild everything. Just wanted to rebuild everything. Okay. Method must return, but it's returning nil class. Oh. Is that what I have to do? No need. Oh, I see. I see. That's actually a good point. That's actually a very good point. Thank you. So it will automatically return that. Thank you. 85. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Shards build. So now, my goal is that it's not gonna fail if I'm gonna provide something non-existing, right? So if I provide something non-existing, it just doesn't fail. Cool. So, and now let's try to return that, right? Let's try to return that. I escape everything, hopefully. So we try to do ID, you get an ID, and we're gonna do bot reply msg ID. It have to reply that to the sender. To be fair, name. So we can use the name, and we can reply it like so. Name has ID if ID unless ID is nil. There we go. So this is how we can do that. So we have a name and ID, we query ID by name, and we reply unless ID is nil. Sender, yeah, maybe sender, but I don't remember how to do that, and it will take too much time for me to explore that. You have to go inside of the message and look for that. Yeah, I'm gonna do that a little bit later. But that's something that will be necessary in the future. I do agree with you, Adnan. Okay, we're compiling. The compilation times are actually kind of scary, not gonna lie. So ID. Cool, it worked. So what about Zozin? It's not Zozin. ID Zozin has ID. Okay, something broke. Twitch ID by name missing hash data. Interesting. So it didn't have data. So is this because of the rate limits of some sort? You broke it. Did you broke it like that? Ah, I see what you did. Okay. Huh. That's actually pretty cool. Nice. Thank you. Thank you so much for testing it. Yeah, chat is the best QA, to be fair. Chat is the best QA. So let me see. Essentially what we'll have to do here, right, is to check whether invalid username. Yeah, probably invalid username. So what I'm thinking, we have to check for nil throughout the whole thing. Is there any way for us to do something like this, like you know, data, and if on any of these like parts it becomes nil, it breaks the whole chain. So like this is what I want because it becomes kind of tedious to handle all that. Yeah, so maybe we're gonna go to the Ruby or Crystal nil chain. Try method in Crystal. Implement of a lonely operator. What is a lonely operator? Cochlin. Hello, I found in Ruby a lonely operator. I found it very useful. Could you at least give an example? Like, don't make me click on this stuff, and it doesn't even give. Oh my god. Lonely. Okay. Safe navigation navigation operator, so-called lonely operator. Okay. Instagram. Wait, what? Changelog to Ruby refers to some sort of Instagram photo to explain an operator. What kind of world we live in? Holy shit. Well, it's 2015. Like, what? I was to be fair, like, it doesn't even allow me to go there, right? So I have to accept the cookies. But yeah, can anyone go there? Because like apparently it doesn't allow me to do that. Instance method, this one. Typical Ruby. Holy shit. So yield self null overrides this method and doesn't yield. This method is useful for dealing with nullable types to safely perform operations. Okay, thank you. This is actually pretty cool. All right, so let's give it a try. So the thing I want to do is, yeah. Try, but can I chain that? I don't see an example of chaining that. That's the problem. Like, then it accepts a block. I won't chain. Like, I literally want to do it like that several times, like as many times as possible. How can you do that? It's a method, so add parent. Yeah. Oh, I need an example. This is not a good example. Crystal, try chaining. This is not helpful. Okay, this is better. This is a better example. Cool. Not perfect example, but a little bit better. So, but what is this question mark operator though? Crystal question mark. So annoying. What does question mark means? Checks for new. Cool. Show me documentation. Holy shit, it's slow. Okay. So it's a part of a name, is it? Method returns boolean. Which method? Where do you see the methods? Where do you see the method? If it was a part of a method, it would be like here on a try, but this is a question mark here. This is what I'm trying, like asking here. This is what I'm asking about that one. I'm not asking about conventions in... Oh my god, I should stop listening, chat. Okay, this is what I'm talking about. Yes, all right. So that's what I mean. In many places, for example, in case of... Perfect, this is what I want. Cool. So it also automatically checks all of that. Yeah, and now it starts to make sense. Right, okay. It gives us the null. Awesome. Okay. And then you can do that, but at the same time, I actually want to do that. Right, so I want to go a little bit deeper there. It's so dumb. You know what? Fuck that. Unless data is new or data size greater than 0, just do that. But even within that thing, you may not necessarily have this kind of stuff, right? Or right. Fuck it. Okay. So that's what I want. It's too complicated. Like, I just want to change that. Like, why does it have to be so annoying? And it's probably not going to even compile properly. An expected token or... Alright. Okay, literally don't care about that masturbation. Just let me check all of that, and if it's not the correct thing, just forget about it. That's it. I don't care about anything else. Cool. Next one. So it's gonna be ID sorting, right? Sorting. Is it gonna return anything? Please return something. And it didn't return anything. Okay, something got broken. So yeah, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Shouldn't be equal. Yeah, should be equal. That's right. So here's that, and ID sorting seems to be returning everything correctly, and ID for a dot should not return anything. So ID for a dot doesn't return anything. Test. So I'm pretty sure test has an ID. Test has this ID. Perfect. This is exactly what I wanted. Cool. No masturbation, right? No masturbation. Just do that, and that's it. Everyone's happy. Cool. So we implemented ID command, right? And this is exactly what I wanted, right? To have an opportunity to resolve name into an ID. And that enables us with implementing the dueling, right? Because if we want to try dueling, we'll need to provide the receiver, right? Receiver of the duel. And we'll have to keep track by their IDs. Okay. So let me remove that. I don't think this one is particularly useful. And let's go implement ID command. So to be fair, to implement the ID, to do the dueling, we also need another command. We need a way to receive your own ID from IRC, because IRC sends you your own ID. Right, it sends you your own ID. So we need to learn how to do that. I'm going to introduce another one here. All right. On priv mcg, right, and it's going to be a simple, very simple message, right? So it's going to be just my ID, right? Pretty straightforward. My ID mcg, and what it's going to do is going to just try to extract your ID from the IRC message. So the question is how you do that. How you do that? It's probably done through the IRC tags. So we have IRC tags. ID, target message ID, user ID, user ID. Cool. And on top of that, it doesn't even send the tags. It doesn't even send the tags unless you enable them specifically. So how do we enable tags? As stated in the IRC version 3 message tag specification, message tags are mechanism for adding. Cool. In other words, tags are optionated metadata that which can attach to IRC message when the client blah blah blah. Here's the general format. Okay, does anyone remember? It's a caprec. Yeah, it's a caprec. Twitch tags. All right. Before doing this, you must request and receive the tags capability. Cool. Okay, let's see if our library even capable of doing that. My ID is not implemented. Cool. So let's go to the lib and let's just try to grep for this entire thing. Is going to be cap, and we can't see anything. Rec. So yeah, it is literally impossible. Okay, so let's search for prefmcg. So in prefmcg, so this is how we craft a new message. Okay, so we can try to craft that message directly, right? So what is that? This is some sort of like a test specification, right? Protocol message. New. Okay. So maybe that's literally cut my. The fuck? What did I just find in here? Does this have an IRC parser that parses tags? I don't know. We'll see. If it doesn't, we can implement it. It's not that big of a deal. So src mine rs, and I think we have to do that on ready, right? On ready, we're gonna do this thing. So we create a message, and in the message it's gonna be just this. So this is what we create here. This is not what I want. I was trying to select this thing. All right. Ready is after login since there is a join. Yes, I know. So what? You can't join after without a user. So what? I don't understand. What do you mean? Then you won't get the global users. What? And so successful login data about current logged in users through. Okay. So what? I do need global user state to just do this. The only thing I need to send is this, which is hard-coded string. It's just a single string that I have to set. That's it. Like, why do I need global user state? Like, why? Like, I don't need anything. I can just send it. Am I missing something? Please tell me if I'm missing something. Because, like, I don't use any information from the global state. So, why? You wanted the user ID from the... No, I don't need the user. I just want to enable the tags capability. That's what I'm trying to do. Like, I don't need anything else. So, yeah. I could have probably done that without even a RC library. Just with a socket. Just send that, and that's it. Cool. So I can create a message. And the question is, how can I even send it then? How can I send the message? So that means I should be able to... So here's the protocol, here's the channel. It's a specification. I should probably go out of the specification into src. In there we have a protocol, right? So here's the channel. Do we have send? Do we have message? Okay, so this is just a protocol. Target, no, doesn't look. Network, client, send, puts the data, send a message to the server. So I wonder if I can just do send then. I wonder if I can just do send main cr and then bot send. Maybe that will work, maybe that won't work. So can I do join? It doesn't know how to do join because probably bot. Yeah. So I need to look for the start. Start, and it accepts the block. And what's the type? Start a new block and client new accepts self. Def new. What's the type of this block? I wish I could know the type of this block, but it's not going to tell me the type of that block. So it's a controller client. Am I within the controller? No, I'm not. I have to go into the controller. Controller client. So initialize network, and the type of the network is a network client. The network client. Okay, sure. Okay, I need to. This is too complicated. Too many like weird things. Okay. Join, dev join. Show me the dev join. Dev join. Okay, so who has that? A channel has that. So this is a channel, and you can only have like a very specific things on that channel. You cannot send the message through the channel. But maybe you shouldn't. Define the RC commands that are related to the channels. Join part RC. Maybe I can send it without any of this bullshit. So I'm not sure how dangerous it is, but I can try to do it like this. Client send M. So you see I'm within the client, I'm sending it like this. Alright, so this is going to be a compilation. Let's try to recompile that one more time. Send undefined method send in the CRC client. Oh my god. Okay. You cannot just send it like that. Client is not what I think it is. I was thinking that client network is what I need, but apparently it is not. Okay, one more time. One more time. Leap CRC SRC network client. Do you have send? Oh, it's called puts. Okay. Let's see if it's gonna work or not. So let's call it puts. To be fair, if it's gonna be like that, I might as well actually do it like this, right? Because it just accepts that one. Let's see if it's gonna work. I wonder if it's gonna actually kill the bot in terms of like, if the library doesn't know how to parse the tags, it may crash because of, you know, unexpected data or something. So this is a classical situation. Yeah, let's see. All right. Are we receiving anything? Yes, it doesn't know how to parse any of this shit. Okay, exception in spawn, the message is invalid. It doesn't know how to parse the tags. Congratulations. Oh, yes, that is beautiful. Pipega library? Why Pipega library? It just doesn't have that capability implemented, and the question is who's going to implement it then? The message is invalid. Right, so you have a prefix. Let's take a look at this message itself. Right, so how do you parse this kind of stuff? We have this as a prefix. So prefix goes here, right? So prefix starts here, and then we have this shit in here. Then we have this shit in here. And I would presume that maybe it is always separated with the space. Alright, always separated with the space. You do it, it's an open source, yes. Yes. So let's actually try to go ahead and implement it. To be fair, I'm a little bit tired already. So, yeah. I think I'm gonna actually stop here. I streamed yesterday for very long, and also yesterday we had an introvert party, so, and I actually slept really, not really good, so not really well, I mean. So I think I'm gonna actually stop here. I think we had a pretty decent progress today, so we can check out the source code here. Right, so yeah. We implemented the boat that does the things, and it's quite comfortable to work with. Yeah. So the compilation times are kind of slow. Like, holy shit, why all of the modern languages these days compile so slowly? It's very strange. But yeah, that's it for today, boys and girls. That's it for today. Hope you like today's stream. Crystal is not a bad language. Seriously, it's not a bad language. I can see myself programming in it. So yeah, thanks everyone who's watching me right now. I really appreciate it. Have a good one, and I see you all tomorrow. Tomorrow, according to the schedule, we're gonna be doing a game development. I don't know. Maybe we're gonna do maybe we're gonna do Crystal yet again because I kind of enjoy doing this thing. We'll see, we'll see. Also check out our schedule for more information on different projects we're working on, and also check out our VODs channel where we upload all of our streams. This stream is going to be there but tomorrow, right? It's going to be there but tomorrow. And also check out our Discord server for offline discussion with the community. And yeah, that's it for today, boys and girls. That's it for today. Love you all. Mwah.